Odegbami and Mr. Leke, Alder. And these people, and of course including our founder, Pastor Poju, and all of them will be speaking from their diverse experiences about the theme Rebuilding Our Nation. This is a topic that is very important in the times and the seasons that we are. And as individuals and also as a collective, the work of rebuilding our nation is important to each and every one of us. So I encourage us, share this link, invite other people to watch, and get ready for insight, information, knowledge, and also specific instructions for what you can do in rebuilding your life and also the nation, because the rebuilding of your life is part of the rebuilding of the nation as well. My name is Poju, and I welcome you once again. This is the Platform Studio. The main session is about to begin, but on the floor of the venue live here at the Covenant Place, Igomu, we have our correspondents, King E and Tosin, looking very amazing, and they're going to be telling us the feel and the pulse of what is going on here on the grounds just before we begin the platform. If you are in Lagos, you can still join us here. Come down to the Covenant Place right beside the National Theatre. But online, we would love you to join us in the conversations using the hashtag #ThePlatformNigeria. I warmly welcome you once again. But King E, Tosin, I know you can hear me. You both look amazing. How are things going, and how is it going there on the floor of the venue? Over to you both.
Hello, thank you so much, Pastor Toyin. It is beautiful to be here. You look stunning yourself, by the way. Thank you so much. And I am so delighted to be welcoming you here on the green carpet, to the platform Nigeria. Nigeria at 65. I am super delighted. Tosin, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. Happy Independence Day.
Yes,
amazing.
My name is King E. Afemi here, and of course, you have met
Tosin, Sunny.
All right. So we of course, are going to be talking to a few people to really know what it is for them, what they're looking forward to for Nigeria at this event today. But before that, we want to say welcome in our local dialects. And of course, Yoruba, well, I'm not Yoruba, but Yoruba say
Ekabo.
Hausa say Senudazua. And of course, our Igbo brothers say
No.
No. And my favorite one, which is my language, Okpela in Edo State, says Mwawe. So welcome. Let us welcome our first guest this beautiful morning right here at the Covenant Place, Igomu, right beside the National Arts Theatre. Hello. Happy Independence Day. It's beautiful to see you. All right. What are you excited about for today, for being a Nigerian?
I'm excited that I'm Nigerian. I'm proudly Nigerian.
Yes.
We're people of diverse culture, people of beauty.
Yeah.
We're bold.
Yes.
Strong.
Yes.
And we're resilient.
Yes. Yes. Amen to that. Tosin, you have a question?
What excites you the most about our culture as Nigerians?
Yes.
Because we have this sense of wanting to take care of the family. So our culture, when our stand concerning family, we're people of family. And I believe that's what is the roots and the stem of the unity that we've got as a nation, because, no one is an island. So from family to family, they just care for one another.
That's beautiful. Yeah. One last question before you leave, right? What do you think that we need to do, not just, as the government now, but as people of Nigeria, citizens of Nigeria? What do you think we need to do to rebuild our nation?
I would say that the platform is one start point, which is knowledge.
Knowledge.
Giving that knowledge to every single person. The knowledge gives each person a sense of responsibility. So you're not looking at what the other person ought to be doing, but you can see yourself and the role you need to play in ensuring that the economy and the nation is moving forward. Wow. So knowledge, yes.
Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, we will be talking to our next guest, right here, to hear from him what he's expecting, what he thinks. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's good to see you. Happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day to you and everyone watching.
All right, you look stunning.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have one question for you, and that would be, how do you think Nigerians can contribute meaningfully to rebuilding our nation?
I think that it starts in the mind. Contributing to nation building starts in the mind. I think any good, innovative, transformative endeavor has started in the mind. You have to first believe that it is possible to have certain opportunities and a certain kind of lifestyle in the country. And once you do that, your mind will open up to those opportunities around you. You'll start to see what you can do. And simultaneously, you'll also start to meet people who are like-minded, who can sort of build with you. So I think it's very important that it starts in the mind. You have to first see it in your mind, and then you can see it actually happen.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
Thank you so much. I mean, the lessons have started already. So thank you for talking with us, and I am hoping that you have a very, very good time at the platform. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. It has been beautiful here with, of course, our guests and Tosin, and I am looking forward to learning. Ngozi Akinyele is right there at the main auditorium to take us through the conference or the platform today. My name is King Iya Femike, and it has been a delight with my co-host
Tosin Sunny. See you again.
See you and welcome to the platform Nigeria. God bless you and bye.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all rise as we take the national anthem? And to lead us, I would invite Chioma. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Through tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you. A round of applause for her. For all of us who are still learning it, let's applaud ourselves. You may be seated, please. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Please wish someone beside you a happy Independence Day. Do it joyfully, with all the patriotic juice and nerve you can muster this beautiful morning. Welcome once again to the platform. My name is Ngozi Akinyele, and it's an honor once again to anchor this edition of the platform Nigeria. We are live at the Covenant Place, Igomu, right beside the iconic National Arts Theatre. But how many of us have visited the National Arts Theatre recently? you have to visit. You have to go there. You'll be proud to be Nigerian. And you see, that transformation project exemplifies the infinite possibilities that can unfold when the private and public sector come together, collaborate for sustainable development in Nigeria. And I hear Mr. President himself is going to be inaugurating the National Arts Theatre today, so you might just bump into him on your way out. And when you see him, say, Ngozi said hi. We're friends like that. Don't try to on your own. Okay, so speaking about public and private sector partnerships, and public sector and private sector generally working together for the good of Nigeria. Today we have a distinguished set of speakers who are drawn from the public and the private sector, who are going to be sharing with us on nation building, from national development in terms of our economic reforms, changing our narratives. Basically, we are set up today for an extraordinary conversation that is set to help all of us remember that national building is not the work for a few, it's the responsibility for us all. And you have your first responsibility this morning, which is to help us amplify the conversation that is taking place here. You would agree with me that you, as well as every Nigerian, needs to hear what we discussed today. So you can be a part of that conversation by joining that you'd hear today using the hashtag Platform Nigeria 65. I'd like you to just say it after me. Hashtag Platform Nigeria 65. It's a fantastic class. A round of applause for yourselves. And so you have received a program card that has the agenda. It also has a barcode to scan. So when the time comes, you can be part of the conversation by asking questions using the hashtag. Use the hashtag and then also use the barcode, scan it, and then put in your questions. So without further ado, to set the tone for this Independence Day conversation, please join me in welcoming a man who has been described as a bridge builder between the young and the old, the private and public sector, religious and civil society spaces. He's no one else but the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation Global, the convener of the Platform Nigeria, and the convener of the Platform Africa. Please welcome Pastor Emade.
All right, you may all be seated, please. So I'm supposed to give the introductory remarks for this edition of the platform. And when I thought about what to say, I decided it might be best to ask AI what Pastor Poju actually thinks about the platform. And so AI gave me my vision for the platform. And I want to read the AI version of my vision for the platform. And that will be my opening speech. We are now in the day of AI. Pastor Poju Emade, senior pastor, founder of the Covenant Nation in Lagos, Nigeria, hosts the platform, an apolitical annual national event forum held on Workers' Day, 1st of May, Nigerian Independence Day, 1st of October, as an extension of his ministry commitment to applying principles practically to societal and economic challenges. It was conceived in 2007 as an offshoot of seminars he had organized during his student days at the University of Lagos, and is correct. The event was envisioned as a simple stage to promote ideas that could influence public consciousness and eventually shape policies for national growth. Initially aimed at gathering just 3,000 to 5,000 attendees, it has evolved now into a global media event reaching millions, featuring high-level leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, thought leaders discussing obstacles, drivers of progress, such as economic diversification, entrepreneurship, and institutional reform. At its core, AI says the platform serves as a prophetic function of preservation for Nigeria bridging communities with business, government, youth by democratizing entrepreneurial knowledge, fostering political awareness, and dissecting policies in real time to deepen democratic culture. Then he says, Oyemade often described, now those are praises, so I won't say what he said there. But he says this aligns with his broader outreach. And then it ends by saying, in essence, Oyemade hosts it to empower the youth and leaders with actionable ideas and position, as a catalyst for sustainable development, reflecting his vision for a faith-driven societal transformation. Welcome to Platform October 1st. All right. God bless you all.
A round of applause for Pastor Poju and AI for its very helpful assistance. You're welcome once again to the Platform Nigeria. I did mention, or I was going to mention that the platform is a global media event. So you can also let people join the conversation, online, but also on television. So we're live on DSTV channel 420. We're live also on GoTV channel 48. And then on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, just look for @theplatformNG. So you can join the conversation online, and you can also watch on television. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Segun Odegbami. Segun Odegbami is please, yes. The initial applause is helpful for everyone. He's a writer, journalist, administrator, and retired Nigerian footballer, regarded as one of the nation's greatest players. Nicknamed mathematical due to his precise playing style, he studied engineering at the Polytechnic in Ibadan. During his illustrious football career from 1970 to 1984, he spent his entire football career with IICC Shooting Stars of Ibadan, earning 46 caps and scoring 23 goals for the Nigerian national team, and captained the Green Eagles to victory in the 1980 Africa Cup of Nations. Beyond the pitch, Segun has distinguished himself as a prolific writer and journalist. He holds an honorary doctorate degree in kinetics from the Federal University Oye Ekiti and launched Eagle 7 Sports Radio in 2022. His contributions to Nigerian football and society earned him the prestigious award of Member of the Order of the Niger. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Segun Odegbami as he returns to this edition of the platform to speak on the topic, the role of sports in global geopolitics.
Please sit down. I'm feeling like a president. The last time I came here, I struggled. But before then, for several reasons, personal reasons, the number 7 is special to me. It is reflected in most things that I do. My birth date contains the number. And during my international footballing career, I wore the number 7 jersey. My first 2 children were born on the 7th day of May and December. And I can go on and on. It's been 7 years to the day since I came on this podium and delivered a speech. I replayed it a few days ago and could not believe that that was actually me. I recall that when I entered this hall, it was so packed that I panicked. I dumped my 25-page speech that I had spent the entire night struggling to write and foolishly decided to speak from the heart. Well, I have moved up. Now I'm going to be reading from my phone. I got away with it the last time, very narrowly. No one noticed that I rambled through the subject matter, going from one story to the other. Storytelling was my get out of jail card. I was familiar with those stories, and I entertained the audience like a dribbling footballer. All that I did was to recall as many of those stories as possible, and people forgot the topic. I must have made an impression on that day. That's why I believe I am back here again this morning. Let me remind you, the topic then was, sport has the power to change the world, to change Nigeria. Just to confirm that the impact of my speech did not go beyond the doors of Covenant Nation. Despite the loud ovation that followed my speech on that day, Nigerian sport has not changed to this day. Our Super Eagles are still struggling to win even the easiest of matches at home in Nigeria. And the country does not seem to have the foggiest idea what to do. Anyway, for some reason, sport is never considered to be a priority in Nigeria. I can understand that, because on the surface of things, there are bigger, more important, and more critical challenges facing governments. Sport cannot be seen as one of them. After all, is sport not just play? Every Nigerian is an expert also on football matters, and yet the country keeps fielding politicians to lead its football administration. They forget that politics and sports do not go together. And the failure of Nigerian sports administration is the clearest evidence of that. So my speech the last time fell on deaf ears, ended up in the dustbin. Incidentally, at the same time, everybody in the world considers sport as special. That's why in the Olympic Charter, sport is presented as a global tool for the promotion of peace and friendship and for the resolution of conflicts between nations. Of course, sport has other immense benefits: economic, catalyst for massive infrastructural development, making the people feel good whenever their team wins, and uniting them like no other social activity does. Sport is a conundrum, a very complex activity that must be handled with utmost care because it has two sides to it. It creates bridges across divisions and boundaries, religious, political, and cultural, constantly demonstrating its power to bring people together through competitive games where fair play, strict rules and regulations, and a level playing field for competitions test athletes' ability, skills, and the limits of human physical capacity. At the same time, it can bring a whole civilization to its knees. Following my last appearance here, like a smart player, I am adopting formula. Pastor Oyemade suggested the topic of today to me as his preference. I jumped at it. When your coach fields you in a match, you don't go asking him about the system to play. He tells you. So I will not even start to pretend to be some kind of expert on the subject of the role of sports in geopolitics, global geopolitics. It is academic, and I'm not an academic. I'm a football player, period. Since I know Pastor Oyemade liked my last presentation, I shall play safe. I shall extend my message of 7 years ago a little bit further. Tell some nice stories about my little knowledge and personal experience on today's subject, and hope to impress him again, because I want to come back a third time. Great footballers love to play safe and take the easier and fastest route to goal. Probably that's why legendary radio commentator Ernest Okonkwo nicknamed me mathematical. I always calculated the easiest way to scoring a goal. So, what role for sport in global geopolitics? Pastor Poju Oyemade is like Jose Mourinho. He will not just prefer a straightforward, easy topic or answer. He will like challenging topics that challenge you, like challenging matches. There must therefore be an interesting catch to his choice of this topic. So I have to navigate very carefully. I will start by going into my mathematical calculations. Politics and geopolitics must be different. Who does not know that sport runs on strict rules and regulations, and that politics run on lies and confusion? It is common knowledge that sports and politics, therefore, do not mix well. They avoid each other like a plague. So why does Pastor Oyemade seek to know the role sports can play in global geopolitics? It simply means that there's a thin line of difference between politics and geopolitics. I go to find out. I am right. The pastor is very clever. Geopolitics is the combination of geography and politics, the political relationship between countries. So now I understand. The world is in crisis. The world needs healing. How can sports use their power to heal the world? I immediately recall the articles in the Olympic chapter of the essence of sports. Just give me a minute because I'm reading from my phone. And it's not easy. I wish I had papers today. I'm there. I went to my fourth Olympic Games, and I did not participate because of the interference of politics. Then I went to my second Olympics without qualifying for it, and I participated because of the interference of politics. There's no role in sports for politics, but the power of politics of sports can be drawn upon to play a role in geopolitics, the political relationship between nations. Because of the lazy understanding of sports and their power, many countries, including Nigeria these days, go to sleep and do not elevate their appreciation and application of this power beyond recreation. If you tell an average Nigerian now about today's topic, they will likely ask you what the topic has to do with the Super Eagles and their qualification for the World Cup, or what it has to do with the price of fish in the market. Those are the things that matter to them now, not politics or geopolitics. After all, what's the difference between Panadol and paracetamol? They don't see the difference, just as they don't see the connections. That is my task this morning. The world deliberately chooses to forget a few times in history when the genie was let out of the bottle, when sport left its sacred place in the Olympic Charter, took on the cloak of some geographical causes and disrupted the equilibrium of the world. It must interest us all here that the world has deliberately buried one such moment in history, probably because it involved Africa, led by Nigeria and Tanzania. The world does not want to go back to 1976 and open Pandora's box again after the experience that I want to share now. For the first time in Olympic history, Nigeria and Tanzania led Africa to deploy sport to unite the continent and fight against a grave international injustice. That action was an eye-opener, confirming the power of sport. It sent shockwaves unseen before then around the world. It was former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Dr. Andrew Young, that painted the full picture and connected the dots between the killing of over 200 black students on the streets of Soweto between June 16 and 18, 1976, and the events of July 18, 1976, when Tanzania's Julius Kambarage Nyerere and Nigeria's Olusegun Okikiola Obasanjo orchestrated and spearheaded the first boycott of an Olympic Games in history by 27 African countries, plus their sympathizers, Iraq and Guyana. Nigeria and Tanzania led the protest boycott in Montreal, Canada. The action made the 1976 Games the worst in Olympic history. It was a monumental financial disaster and a catalyst for the disruption of the next two Olympics. The world was going to lose its greatest unifying agent, sport, to geopolitics. At the same time, the boycott fast-tracked the release of Nelson Mandela from jail after serving 27 years of a life sentence. It hastened the end of apartheid in South Africa, in Namibia, and in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, and made possible the election of the first black president of South Africa. Sport, the genie in the bottle, had been let loose by African countries. The rest of the world could do nothing about it, a demonstration of its power. Well, I was a freshly minted graduate, undergoing my national youth service in the Green Eagles, the national football team at the Olympic Village in Montreal, Canada. A day to the opening ceremony of the Games, all 45 of us Nigerian athletes were sent out of the village, bundled into a plane, and flown back to Nigeria. It was our worst nightmare, but a huge sacrifice to make for a just cause against racism of the worst kind. That boycott by African countries was so effective as a tool of disruption that the USA copied and deployed it 4 years later in 1980 at the Moscow Olympics. They led 64 other, mostly Western countries, to boycott the Games in protest against the 1979 invasion of Afghanistan by the USSR. 40 years later, the USSR retaliated by deploying the same weapon to spearhead a 14-nation boycott of the 1984 Los Angeles Games, this time by mostly communist countries and their sympathizers. Geopolitics. Sport as a weapon of protest and change bared its teeth, and the world sat up in fear and shock. Since the world started to avoid mixing any form of politics or geopolitics, for that matter, with sport. Even beyond sport and veering into other soft power tools, 1 year later in 1977, Nigeria, the undisputed leader of the black race on earth at the time, hosted the biggest assembly of black people in history. First Act 77 happened around here in Lagos, with 58 countries of people of African descent assembling to celebrate their history, art, dance, drama, music, traditions, film, culture, and literature, with symposia by scholars from around Africa, defining and shaping the way forward in the war of civilizations. It marked a watershed in African and black history. It was clear that Africa's strategic deployment of these tools is a very effective way of joining the global conversations and extracting respect and a place on the table of negotiations. The West halted that progression by rabid propaganda and economic sanctions that halted the movement started in 1976 and 1977. First Act never held again in that scope and magnitude. The West declared it as fetish, barbaric, and a return to ancient satanic practices. There has not been any sports boycotts of the magnitude and effect of 1976 again, confirming the superpowers' appreciation of the power of sports deployed by Africans to change global political arrangements. The world is in a dangerous place right now. There are wars and conflicts everywhere: economic, social, territorial, religious, industrial, tribal, environmental, cyber, and so on. But do you observe also that in the middle of all these senseless global conflicts, the scramble for minerals and ruthless carnage all over the place, warring countries are still participating in international sports, competing against one another, and fighting to win trophies and medals. A few days ago, India and Pakistan, at war with each other for decades, with their cannons still booming and killing along their borders, were in Dubai, playing against each other in the finals of the Asian Cricket Cup. Do you know that Israel, at war on several fronts in the Middle East, are still participating in the qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup? Do you know that Ukraine are also playing in the qualifiers for the same World Cup, despite their raging war with Russia? Even in our fractured ECOWAS in West Africa, all the countries are participating against one another in international competitions without any issues. In the Sudan, the Congos, the countries in the Horn of Africa, they are all participating in various international competitions and playing against each other as if sport is immune from the raging wars around them. There's something about sport that defies logic and ordinary comprehension. No one is saying it, but the voices that are calling for the ban of some countries from major international competitions at this time are few. They are isolated, and they are doing so in whispers. No one appears to want to disturb the tranquility around sport. Even the United Nations is silent, too afraid to introduce sanctions into global sports politics. The effect of such introduction is unpredictable and could be catastrophic. The power of sport is awesome, and is not often and openly discussed. But it is there, simmering beneath the surface like a volcano. The USA is going to host many of the matches of the 2026 World Cup, the most prestigious and lucrative single sports event in the world, involving 48 countries. At the same time, the country is passing down laws and regulations that make entry for persons from certain countries difficult and expensive, if not impossible. Why are FIFA, the United Nations, and even the International Olympic Committee, custodians of sports, shying away from making any pronouncement against the USA? Or is it a case of power past power? Just imagine what would happen had this been another country doing this to the USA. The world would have ended. Well, I'm treading now where angels fear. I want to propose a role for sport in an imagined new world order. But permit me to digress a little first to explain the authority with which I am doing so. A major development in my life since the last time I was here on this podium is that I met Professor Osa Osagai, one of the most brilliant political minds in the world. He was the VC of Igbinedion University at the time. We became very good friends. Then he left Okada and was appointed the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the think tank of foreign affairs and international diplomacy of the Nigerian government. For some reason, he was determined to justify my appointment of over 3 decades as sports ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a ceremonial tag without a role or place in the diplomatic firmament. With him and his team at the NIA, I was given a platform to share my experiences and perspectives. My eyes were open to new horizons on the relationship and additional possible relationship between sports and diplomacy, and how sports can be a soft power tool to impact and change the world. Professor Sagai must have been so impressed that he honored me with an associate fellowship of the Institute, which is what AFNIIA stands for. When you find it after my name, listed amongst several non-academic titles, including one vexatious one, MON. The federal government in 1981 forgot to add the EY. I hope President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be reminded that I'm still around and waiting for the MON that we have EY. During one of the several lectures that I listened to in that citadel of international relations, I heard Professor Bolaji Akinyemi mention and explain the concept of an emerging new world order. It has become a reality. There are ongoing realignments of the superpowers, particularly following the emergence of a new American president, the wars and conflicts in several parts of the world. There's a geopolitical rearrangement that reminds us in Africa of the Berlin Conference of 1984, when Africa was the menu for the colonialists. And the Cold War years following the end of World War II in 1945, when Africa rose in rank and became the waiter at the table of the neo-colonialists. A new world order is afoot as we speak, and the powerful nations of the world have started their geopolitical alignments. The big concern for us in this part of the world is Africa's place at the table. For too long, the world has expected Nigeria, by its size, population, human capital, and mineral resources, and a history of lead roles in African politics, to lead the continent at the table. Kenya's legal luminary, activist, and prolific speaker, Professor PLO Lumumba, has words that are haunting. In one of his lectures, he says that Africa, to be led by Nigeria, must be present in a united front, on an equal keel, and speak with a common voice, or will perish. How can this happen when by all regular measuring indexes, Africa is still only an emerging force for the future? We forget, however, that Africa is doing exceedingly well in several varied sectors, and at par with and may already be surpassing the other civilizations in sectors that Professor Akinyemi described as soft power in diplomatic lingo. Areas that the superpowers conveniently and quietly forget, following the bad experiences they suffered in 1976, when Africa came together, deployed sport in protest, and successfully disrupted the geopolitical equilibrium of the world and changed it. In one of his great documented speeches, Madiba, late Dr. Nelson Mandela said, "Sport has the power to change the world." He saw it in the transformation of South Africa. At the NIA, I shared my Olympic experiences with an audience that included Professor Bolaji Akinyemi some 3 years ago. At that event, Dr. Allen Onyema heard the pathetic story of how we lost our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be Olympians to geopolitics, how we were never remembered or documented, and never celebrated nor acknowledged for 47 years. Allen Onyema, the chairman of Airpeace, resurrected that story of 1976 and has since erected a permanent monument in honor of the 47 Nigerian athletes to Montreal, Canada, in the form of a wall of fame within the premises of the NIA. He gave all the surviving members of the Nigerian contingent a limited number of free international flights on Airpeace to any part of the world, and unlimited free flights to any part of Nigeria for the rest of our lives. It may be the greatest reward in the entire history of sports in the world. Professor Akinyemi listened to some of these experiences and consequences of deploying sport as a political soft power tool. He said that had he known when he was DG of the NIA about the power of sports to influence change in the world, he would have had additional novel prescriptions for Nigeria in setting some of our future international diplomatic agenda around sport. So, we have seen the capacity of sports to checkmate the geopolitical games of the superpowers and to earn Africa the respect to sit at the table of negotiations in a new world order. Africa must come as a superpower of a different kind too. A few days ago, Botswana, a small African country of less than 3 million people, went to the World Athletics Championship and in 2 unforgettable races, planted its name forever on the map of the world, winning the 400 meters event as well as the 4x400 meters relay ahead of USA and the other superpowers. Another African country, Kenya, came second on the global table at the championship. A Nigerian girl is the current world record holder in the 100 meters hurdles event. She broke the world record twice on the same day some 2 years ago. Toby Amushon is still Africa's beacon. There are several other Africans across the continent excelling in sports and dominating the world. These are no mean achievements. They are Africa's investment in the over $2 trillion global sports economy. Just imagine for a second that Nigeria's Super Eagles qualify for the World Cup. And Nigerians are debarred from attending by some regulations designed to achieve narrow geopolitical agenda by one of the host countries. This will be contrary to the obligation of every hosting country to fans from around the world, particularly for a country that qualifies. Were that to happen, would anyone question what sport has to do with geopolitics anymore? Or whether the economic benefits that the world Cup would bring to a country would not affect the price of fish in their local markets. Africa, led by Nigeria again, must be ready to revisit the tested geopolitical alliance of 1976 if the need arises, and make a global statement that at the World Cup, we must all celebrate the freedom and equality of all humanity. The continent must rise with one voice and in one accord to confront such injustice at the table of civilizations in this emerging new world order. Now, my dangerous thought. It is very important for the Super Eagles to qualify for the 2026 World Cup so that Africa can have a voice. So over to you, Victor Osimhen, Lukman Ademola, Troost William Ekong, Nwabili, Tolu Arokodare, Simon Moses, Olaino, Tobi Amushan, Anthony Joshua, Ese Brume, and the rest of them. I thank you very much.
A well-deserved round of applause, which should not stop. Should keep going for a few more seconds as you take your seats. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that powerful journey down history lane that took us from sports to our souks. Now we understand the connection. And if you didn't catch the progression from his networking here at the platform to people now having free flights, you know, through the generous contribution of the chairman of Airpeace, please just say hi to somebody beside you. Say, I'm glad you came today. And for those who are watching us online, it's okay, but come next time. You might meet somebody who's going to open doors, not just for you, but for several other deserving people, like we've heard today. How powerful. Another round of applause for him, please. A quick correction on our where we are showing on channels. So we're live on Channels Television. We're live on DSTV. We're also live on Channels Television and also on DSTV. And again, the hashtag is the platform Nigeria 65. Now we move on to our next speaker, who is Mrs. Ndidi Nwuneli. Ndidi Nwuneli is a Nigerian entrepreneur and expert on African agriculture, nutrition, philanthropy, and social innovation. In April 2024, Ndidi was appointed CEO of the One Campaign, bringing over 25 years of international development experience into this global leadership role. Her career began at McKinsey & Company after gaining her MBA from Harvard Business School. She returned to Nigeria in the year 2000 to serve as the pioneer executive director of the Fate Foundation. She went on to found Leap Africa and African Food Change Makers, and co-founded Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited and Ace Foods Processing and Distribution Limited. Her impact has been globally acknowledged. She's a Schwab Fellow, a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, an Eisenhower Fellow, and the recipient of Harvard Business School's Distinguished Alumni Award. She serves on the boards of Rockefeller Foundation and Stanbic IBTC Group. She's a TED speaker, published author on entrepreneurship and social innovation in Africa. Beyond her professional achievements, Ndidi is a devoted wife and mother, and I understand has very recently concluded her PhD at the University of Cape Town and will be graduating next year. So please join me as I introduce her as Dr. Ndidi Nwuneli for her first speech at the platform.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. Honestly, I'm truly honored. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. And thank you to Pastor Poju and my sister, Pastor Tony, for all that you do, and for this great platform that you have created. You know, many people ask me, why are you coming to Nigeria? You didn't plan this trip. I said, Pastor Poju rarely asks for anything. He's just such a giver. So if he says jump, I say how high. But it's also a privilege to be here among some of my mentors and dear friends and partners in the pursuit of a better Nigeria. I've decided to focus my intervention today on the topic of becoming narrative changers. Not just because this is a passion of mine, but because we need this more than ever before. I have a few slides that I will show as we progress, but really will engage more in storytelling. So what are narratives and why do they matter? Narratives are more than just stories. They include hard infrastructure. They build identities. The concept of national identity is shaped by collective memory, as we just heard from a very dynamic previous speaker. By collective aspirations, what is the future and the vision we have for Nigeria? Narratives define the we. They answer who belongs, what values we uphold, and what role we play in the world. A strong, inclusive narrative builds pride and resilience. A fractured or imposed narrative can fuel division and fuel decline. So what's the narrative of Nigeria today? What's the narrative of Africa today? This is one that I've carried alongside with me for a very long time. See, I was born in Enugu, Nigeria, to academic professors, and was a child of most of what many of the younger generation don't recall, which is a military era. Growing up on the University of Nigeria campus, the professors were targeted. And we never actually planned to go to university abroad. That was not part of the plan. My parents believed that we should all go to the University of Nigeria. After all, we went to Federal Government College, Enugu, University Primary School, nursery school there. But the truth is, things were tough. Similar to how tough they are today. And there was a lot that we could complain about. However, when we think about those narratives, it seems like they have stuck in our psyche as Nigerians. And while oftentimes we talk about ourselves in a very negative light, we often don't imagine the cost of that conversation on our country. And at the One campaign, one of the things we have taken on is this concept of narratives. And I just want to show you some of how this translates into numbers, right? Oftentimes you don't think about narratives and how lopsided narratives also affect us, right? They drain our resources. They have financial implications because they erode trust. They fragment societies and they keep Africa in this cycle of dependency. Narratives actually translate into financial implications. And so what are the costs of these negative narratives? What are the costs of inaction? As we think about it, one of our partner organizations and friends of ours, Africa No Filter, actually has quantified the cost of negative reporting. Just reporting on elections to Africa at $4.2 billion. Now, that might not seem like a lot of money to you, but when we think about it, the fact that our sovereigns pay 5 times what sovereigns in other parts of the world pay for debt might then resonate with some of you who are in the entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. What are the requirements? When we talk about how much we pay for loans in our countries, how much our governments pay for loans, we realize that it's a big part of it is this negative narrative, and we call it a risk premium associated with investing in Africa. In fact, when we compare our sovereign bonds, just interest rates that African governments pay for debt, the average sovereign Euro bond is about 9.8%. Compare that to what Europeans pay, under 3%. That's why about 30 African countries are in debt distress because of the cost of debt. Now, is the risk in Nigeria higher than the risk in name any country? in Latin America, or name a country in the Middle East, or name a country in South Asia. Many of these countries actually would be at the same risk premium. However, ours is even more pronounced. And as I've spent time with governments and I've spent time with rating agencies like the S&P 500, Moody's, etc., they say they not only look at data shared from our country, but they also interview people to say, what is your perspective of your country? What do you think the future of the country holds? And more than often, what do Nigerians say? What do other Africans say? Do we say the future is bright? Oftentimes we don't. We say the future is dim. Right? So oftentimes it's like a family. How many of you can say, well, my sister did this, my brother did this? When you go outside your family, do you say bad things about your family? Rarely. But in our context, the opposite is often the case. Now, what do I want you to take away from this talk? I want you to become narrative changers. I want you to watch not only what you say, how you say it, but also how you change your narratives in the public domain. Because this is not only a burden for us in this generation, it's a burden our children will carry unless we get it right. These debts are still being negotiated today. This risk premium is one we carry. It affects the cost of doing business in our countries. It affects infrastructure costs in our countries. It affects the loans that our countries continue to take. And debt is not bad, but debt negotiated at a rate that is way more exaggerated than it needs to be is unfair and is unacceptable. So there are some steps we must take. The first is that we must become narrative changers. And to do this, you have to change your mindset. Now, this is personal for me because I was not always a narrative changer. I actually was one of those people who grew up in the Andrew era. Andrew, I'm checking out. If you're my age, you know what I'm talking about. There was a guy called Andrew, and there was a commercial they used to show on NTA where Andrew was leaving the country, and someone pulled him back and said, Andrew, Nigeria is your country. You have no other one. We must stay here and salvage it together. If you remember that, raise your hand. You're dating yourself. Very few in the audience. Also, Neo Kosun singing the song Nigeria Go Survive. Right? Or the popular one, another jingle, me, I love my country, I love my land and people. Everything is there for Nigeria. Make we join hands to make Nigeria better. I like her. Do you remember that song? Some of us do. However, many of us were checking out. I mentioned that I checked out at 16. And when I was leaving, I actually did not plan to come back. Why? Because our professor's salaries had not been paid for months. In fact, my mother saved $250 to give me, took the bus from Enugu here with my best friend, and that was the only money my parents ever sent me, $250. The whole time, I was only 16. In fact, by 17, I started sending money home because they were not paying professors. At the time, professors' salaries were $10,000. 10,000 naira. And my parents went to Cornell University, Ivy Leagues, first, second, and third degree. So you can imagine 10,000 naira and having 5 children. Of course, 10,000 naira was much more valuable then, but still, it was not enough to cater for 5 children. So I was checking out because I said, I have to take care of my parents, right? And I started working and going to school at the same time. And yes, there was crime, right? And yes, there was austerity measures imposed by some of the Bretton Woods institutions. But then I got out there and I recognized I was Nigerian, right? People said, where are you from? You have a strange accent, right? That's where it started. And then the negative narrative started coming too. Like, oh, you're Nigerian. My mom used to say, finish your dinner, there are starving children in Biafra. That hit me like a brick, right? Because even though we were relatively a middle-class professor family, I did not remember starving children in my backyard, right? And I said, well, that's not my reality. Oh, you have phones in Nigeria? Oh, really? You know? So I started realizing that when negative narratives hit you, you become protective, right, of your people and of your culture. And then you start fighting back to change those narratives. I still remember as I built my confidence about my country and I learned more about the history of my people, that I also became critical of some of the political leadership. And I went on a global conference once where I actually challenged some of our political leaders in public. And a friend who became a mentor, but a senior sister, pulled me aside and said, Ndidi, you're an ambassador for this country. When you get on platforms, don't say bad things about Nigeria. And I said at that time, I was in my 20s, very fiery. I said, you know, I have to speak the truth. I have to call them out. And the more I got older, I realized you can call them out in private. When you're on public platforms, in global platforms, do not call out bad behavior because you're reinforcing this divisive nature of Nigeria. So I am being honest that I had to change my own mindset. So tell your neighbor, change your mindset. Things are tough, but where there are challenges, there are opportunities. Just like we see people fleeing our country, there are people flying into our country because they see opportunities that we have left on the table. I still count how many people are on planes when I'm flying Ethiopian Airlines back to Nigeria. I see Asians, right? Some are coming now for medical tourism. Some are coming for prayer. Some are coming for investment opportunities. Whatever it is, they are coming when you are fleeing. Right? So how do you change your narratives? How do you change your mindset? First, you reflect on the power of your words and your thoughts. What is the root cause of those words and thoughts? Where did Nigeria hurt you? Acknowledge the failings of the country. They are failings. I'm not going to lie about them. But balance them with the realities of our time. Right? My family has experienced our own share of pain. Some of you might have seen the talk that Mezu and I gave about when he was shot, when I was 9 months pregnant in Lagos. It was not an easy decision to go through that and return again. But God used that painful experience to actually birth 4 businesses that you saw when we were being introduced. And those businesses are making a difference in Nigeria. They're thriving. They're paying our children's school fees at home and abroad. And they show that when you give this country an opportunity, you can excel. Ace Foods is producing the best spices and snacks from Nigeria to the world. And when we started this company, many people said, why don't you just import and repackage? And we said, we have the best soils in Africa. We have the best spices in Africa. Why can't we produce for Africa and for the world? Today, Ace Foods is doing that. Not only is it creating jobs, providing a warm meal and health insurance, but we are not even running it. We have a dynamic, proudly Nigerian team running it and doing excellent work. Sahel Consulting, Sahel Capital, and African Food Change Makers. So I'm saying, I know Nigeria has hurt some of you, right? And some of us. But you can heal from it. There is no country that has not hurt its people. Second, challenge your stereotypes about yourself, about others. What do you scorn and what do you celebrate? What values do you have and what values do you live by? When I started Leap Africa, I was 28 years old, and I started with one of our programs focused on patriotism. Imagine going around Nigeria teaching young people about patriotism. Why did I include that in our curriculum? Because I had seen that in Germany, I had seen that in Rwanda, I had seen that in the United States. The United States curriculum is filled with patriotism education. To be proud of who you are, to recognize your military, to recognize your sports stars, to celebrate them. If you go to an athletic event in the United States, it is all about patriotism. So I started a curriculum on patriotism, teaching people about our Constitution, why they should care their rights and responsibilities, and why we're more united when we can be more united when we trust each other. And I remember taking a class one day myself after the curriculum was developed, and we always asked, what stereotypes do you have about other Nigerians? I heard it all. Igbos love money. Igbos will kill for money. I was shocked. Igbos are traders. That was one I heard here in this part of the world. And I was quite alarmed. Number one, growing up, I didn't know any trader. I grew up in the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. We had intellectuals, right? Professors from Oxford, Cambridge, who left the best schools and came back to serve their nation, who believed in Nigeria, who were patriotic, who taught teachers from all over the world, who actually spoke multiple languages, because many also taught at the University of Ibadan when he was affiliated with Oxford. My next door neighbor was an Igbo man from Onitsha, married to a Yoruba woman. So we grew up in a detribalized Nigeria. Many campuses across Nigeria were like that. And I went to Federal Government College in Igbo. So imagine hearing that Igbos are traders and will do anything for money. So I challenged the young lady and I said, I'm Igbo, proudly Igbo, by the way, I speak Igbo. Not all Igbos will love money. I have a non-profit. Look at how much I'm getting paid. She said, but you're different. You're half white. We have to challenge those stereotypes. When we talk about other ethnicities, our children, listen. What are they learning from us? Think about some of the best teachers you had in school. What were their ethnicity? Or when you've gone to the hospital, the best doctors, did you care whether they were Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or Efik? Did you just want the best doctor? Or when you get on a plane in Nigeria, are you praying for the best pilots, or you say, I want a Yoruba pilot? I mean, let us challenge our stereotypes. Ultimately, merit, integrity, and excellence has no hiding place. It does not matter where you are from in Nigeria, what your ethnicity is, if you deliver excellent work. In all the companies Mazo and I have started, I can tell you, integrity has an excellence as the deciding factor. We do not care whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Efik. Come to the table with your best self. So challenge your neighbor. Say, your neighbor, change your mindset. To change your mindset and become a narrative changer, you also have to take a global perspective. Oftentimes, we criticize our country. We say Nigeria is so this, so that. I'm not even going to use those words. But corruption is universal. Where there are no systems or structures, corruption thrives. Right? Fraud is universal. Where there are no systems or structures, where there is no punishment, it thrives. Trust me, people pay their tickets now in the United States because you get a picture, an email that says, you've just run a red light. Here is a picture of your car and the time. Challenge it if you can with alternative facts. If you don't think Africa, easier. And we need the best of Nigeria representing us at the highest levels. Okay? We need to ensure that our embassies are welcoming to Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike. People should not wait for months for their passports. Our embassies should serve as places to learn about trade and investment and culture and partnership with Nigeria. This is really important. I want to call out and celebrate the diaspora groups that are already doing this, like the Nigerian Physicians Association in America, in the UK. They come here, they give their time, their talent, their treasure. They're so committed to flying back to support. They're so proud. And for every school I visit all over the world, I see second and third generation Nigerians excited to be part of Nigeria, wanting to give back, wanting to work here, wanting to live here. Let's embrace them. They are an asset for us. Our diaspora an asset. How do we elevate voices? It's a long game. Changing narratives is not easy, but we can do it, starting with one person at a time, one ecosystem at a time. And then number 3, we have to change narratives by celebrating and changing narratives in the global ecosystem. I've talked about yourself first, your sphere of influence, and now the global ecosystem. We recently looked at IFC data for 3 decades, and we celebrated with Hoover Institute and Stanford to show that investment from IFC in Africa has a 6x return relative to the S&P 500. How many of you have seen that data? We need data like this that showcases that investing in Africa is a good business, that it has a huge return on investment. Changing narratives on the ecosystem means that we have to leverage every opportunity we have to celebrate what is good about Africa. Through African Food Change Makers and my work with Sahel Consulting, we had the opportunity to partner with Goalkeepers and Bill Gates. And when they asked me to curate a section on agriculture, I said, can we have some key influencers make some food, African food, on a global stage? And we had Bill Gates making fonio, which is acha, with Chef Pierre Thiem and some other celebrities. This was amazing. The first time, and I had to ask Bill Gates, when was the last time you cooked? And he said, it's been a long time. But having us curate such events was fantastic. Similarly, we've elevated jollof. How many of you love jollof? But guess what? Nigerian jollof, is it Ghanaian jollof, is it Senegalese jollof? So we actually created jollof wars. We have jollof cooking competitions. And for the first time, people are learning, what is jollof? Why should I know about jollof? Which one is better? And that competition is helping us elevate Nigerian food and change narratives of Africa from being a hungry child to a successful female entrepreneur, to saying that we have no food, to saying we have the best food in the world. We've also started telling positive stories, elevating cola nuts. I talked about this the last time I was here. How many people love Coca-Cola? Or know Coca-Cola? You don't have to love it. Coca-Cola was made with cola nut from West Africa. That's why it's called Coca-Cola. Many people don't know that, right? Or that okra is an Igbo word, and that when you use that word, you speak my language. I say that everywhere, right? I'm so proud, it's my flex. And that continues. So as we think about the greatest contributions, we change our ecosystem. Now think about this one. Africa No Filter has taken on this campaign, which I love, saying that the maps we have in the world do not represent our continent. That actually they are false maps. And the African Union has taken on their campaign. That actually the true size of Africa is actually fully misrepresented. That you can put China in Africa, you can put the United States in Africa, France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Peru, India, and you still have space. We need to redraw those maps. And that is a campaign that Moki, who is a Nigerian running Africa No Filter, has taken on. And it's one that makes me so proud and one that I'm excited to support. Similarly, this is the first year Africa is leading the G20. The first year. One campaign fought for Africa to host the G20 and for African Union to have a seat at the G20. And we've taken on the cost of capital at this G20. I've been to South Africa twice already. Our team has taken on the fact that we need fair financing for Africa and that we must redress this issue of a risk premium on Africa. And the South African government has adopted it as a campaign issue. So continue to fight with us so that we can get fairer financing on this continent. We've also decided to leverage Africa Day across the G7, where we celebrate the return on investment for partnering with Africa. And I encourage you to join with us. We're changing the narrative, saying Africa is not risk, Africa is a return, right? That, yes, there's risk, but you can hedge risk. You can use instruments to hedge risk. People do that all the time. And we are going to continue to tell positive narratives about our continent. But we need your help. And I want to start ending, and I want to show you two videos. Why do we need your help? Pastor Poju started with AI, right? When you look at current AI content, only 2% of AI content today is African content. That is unacceptable. You know why it's so low? Because we don't produce content. We don't produce content. We don't write. We don't record. We don't publish. We don't put out narratives, alternative narratives. We don't tell our stories. In fact, I'd love someone to take just funeral brochures of all the great Nigerians who have died and even digitize it and put it on the internet. Because you see the rich history, the impact, the stories that we've heard this morning, they're not anywhere on the internet. Of Wikipedia, only 2% of wiki editors are from Africa. We need to change that. We need to get the content out there because otherwise we're not represented well. In fact, if we're not represented well, we're what? Misrepresented. And that is unacceptable. And so we've been partnering with a few very, very amazing creators. And I want to show you what they're doing. The one team is partnering with one amazing creator. I don't know how many of you know this amazing woman. She's called Charity. How many of you know her? Okay, I'll play this video and I'll tell you a bit about her. Can we play the video, please? Can you play it from your end?
Oh, my God. I love that accent. What is that? Is that African? Is it African? Nigerian. Really? Ah, can I have your charger, please? Ah, so exotic. I love it. Wait, I have so many questions. How did you get here from Africa? Did you like swim? Oh, and also, how did you get a phone? Did you just buy it when you got here? You do know that without Africa, you wouldn't have a phone, right? Literally, over half of the world's cobalt, crucial for your smartphone batteries and your electric vehicles, come from the DRC, which is in Central Africa, by the way. In fact, we even have our own made-in-Africa smartphones. So the next time you go to grab your phone and see something negative about Africa, take a minute to actually reflect and realize that without us, you probably wouldn't have that phone. Wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, when you tell one side of the story, the world gets the wrong idea. Africans aren't just participants in the economy. We are literally transforming it. And that's why I'm teaming up with the One Campaign this Africa Day to just flip the script and celebrate a continent full of culture and innovation and even opportunities. But you missed my first question though. Like, how did you get here from Africa? Did you like swim? I want to know. You know what, Natasha? I did swim. Yes, in fact, I swam all the way from the River Nile to this place, and it took me 3 days of fast swimming to get here, and that's how I got to your country. Yeah.
So, for those who don't know this amazing young lady, she actually started producing her own content because she applied for jobs in radio stations in Nigeria after graduating from university, and she was told, your accent is too... What's the right word? Local. Local. Can you imagine? So guess what? She started producing content using satire to change narratives. So you think money grows on trees? Let me show you. Let me go and pluck leaves and walk around the tree, and it will convert to money. And when the team first told me about her, because I actually didn't know her, I was like, why would you partner with someone doing satire? But when I met her, where did I meet her? Davos at the World Economic Forum. Who brought her? TikTok. She's one of the leading influencers from Africa on TikTok. You need to give her a round of applause. She has taken all the negative narratives and she debunks them using satire. And she's making such an impact. People ask her the strangest questions. They challenge when she says the reality. And she engages them on social media. This is a narrative changer who I'm really, really proud of. And we need more of her in our country and in our continent. And then I want to share with you another great narrative changer who uses poetry. And we partnered with her, the One Campaign, on this piece.
They say Africa is risk. Interesting. But stay with me. You mean Lagos, where fintech rises before the sun? Or Joburg, where Charles LeBron didn't walk? Or Dakar, where rhythm breaks the rules? Risk? No. This is return. Return on belief. On the girl in Enugu sketching dreams with a coal. On the boy in Soweto coding futures from a shared laptop. And a Nigerian musician making dreams from a stolen laptop. On the market woman in Kumasi who knows profit without spreadsheets. On justice. For once. We know how to build real bruises. Remix scarcity into rhythm. We stretch coins into companies, our sweat, blood, and bodies. We take what the world throws away and say, not so fast, Abiku. We reinvent. You still don't get it. This is not aid. This is alignment. You don't donate to us. You partner, or you get left behind. Because the continent moves quietly, powerfully, unapologetically. So your hesitation is your loss. Because what we call hustle, you call innovation 20 years later. We are not waiting for green lights. We are building roads on red. We are not fragile. We are anti-fragile. Our wounds became weapons. Our delays became data. Our waiting made us wise. Africa doesn't need your charity. Africa is your clarity. On where the future breathes. On where the world resets. On where value multiplies like cassava after rain. So if you fear risk, don't come. But if you're looking for a return, on imagination, on resilience, on tomorrow, welcome. Welcome to Africa.
And this amazing Nigerian poet is partnering with us to change narratives about our continent, about our countries, about us. So my brothers and sisters, my mothers and fathers, history is waiting. History is waiting for Nigeria to rise into its full calling. History is waiting for us to step into the narrative of the vision we want to create for this country. One rooted in our complexity as a people, in our dynamism, in our innovation, in our future. A future that we deserve, a future we must build for our children. So as Nigeria marks its 25th birthday today, 65th birthday today, I reflect. And I'm just going to end with two quotes. The first one is actually by someone I really celebrate, Christopher Collady. And he once told a story. He said, I grew up singing the song, Jesus Loves Me. This I know. And I said, one day, he said, I asked Jesus, you loved me so much. Why did you make me Nigerian? You could have made me Swiss. You could have made me German, whatever. And Jesus said, I made you Nigerian because I need you for such a time like this. It wasn't a mistake that you were born Nigerian, that you have Nigeria in your blood, that you were set apart to transform this nation. And we hear this message from Pastor Poju every Sunday. The second is from a young African speaking to a president. And he said, I'm no longer asking God to grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. I'm asking the Almighty to grant me the wisdom and courage to change the things I cannot accept. I cannot accept as a Nigerian that my passport is not respected. I cannot accept that I need to fight to get entry into other countries. I cannot accept that I have to pay 5 times what other countries pay for debt because of a risk premium that is unfair, that's linked to a bias. I cannot accept that I'm often considered one of the worst places to be born in. I cannot accept that my life expectancy is in the 50s or early 60s. I cannot accept that more women die during childbirth in my country than many other parts of the world. I cannot accept that. And that's why I am asking the Almighty to grant me the courage and wisdom to change the things I cannot accept. My prayer today is that as we celebrate this 65th birthday, that we have the courage and wisdom to be narrative changers, to change our mindsets, to change our ecosystem, and to change global narratives. Join me in saying amen to that prayer.
I have never done, you may be seated, I have never done this in the history of platform since 2007. I want to say that Ndidi's speech has defined what platform is about. All right? I want people to put your hands together and please, what she has said here, all right, should be caught up and spread around this country. It took courage to give that speech. That is powerful. God bless you.
Just say, I actually was going to say that she really truly captured the spirit of platform, and we're very grateful for that contribution this morning. Just a few announcements as we have reiterated. We are live on television. I see more people have joined us here. And you can please also join on Channels TV. We're live on Channels TV and also on DSTV channel 196. Channels Television and DSTV channel 196. There's going to be a Q&A at the end of all the contributions, so please, there's a QR code on your program and also, I believe, will come up on the screen at some point. Just scan the QR code and then you can type in your questions in readiness for that exchange, which is going to truly be transformational. Our next speaker is Mr. Leke Alder. I heard yes, so. Yes, so. He's a lawyer and polymath, a philanthropist who's also the founder and principal of Alder Consulting, Nigeria's leading creative intelligence firm with offices in Lagos and London. He is credited with introducing branding as a discipline to Nigeria and wrote the blueprint for Nigeria's Heart of Africa Image Management Program, serving as the chief consultant to the federal government on the project. Through the Leke Alder Foundation, his photographs and furniture designs have raised millions of naira for 9 orphanages, impacting over 120,000 lives. He has served on the board of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative and on the steering committee for the World Economic Forum on Africa. He has also been a panelist at the annual Africa Business Conferences of Harvard, Wharton, and Kellogg. Leke Alder is happily married to Morenike with children. He'll be speaking to us on an interesting topic which we're all curious to understand, the anatomy of a nation. Please join me as I welcome to the platform Mr. Leke Alder.
Please be seated. Thank you. I was just going to ask for water. Well, the title of my presentation is Anatomy of a Nation. And please note the word anatomy. I'm going to present a satire today, and I'm sure everyone understands satire. Satire is wit, irony, or sarcasm used to expose and discredit vice or foolishness. If I tell you Captain Odegbami is here, I don't know whether to call him captain or chief. But since I'm a footballer, he's captain. If you believe that I'm a footballer, you believe anything. Now, if I say, for example, that a general in this country is so good at football, that's better than Odegbami, Ronaldo, and Messi, and was so good he dribbled the spectators, dribbled the referee, dribbled his teammates, and even himself, and scored an own goal. You know what a satire is, isn't it? Okay, so I'm safe to start with a satire. Okay. Now, in my younger days, I traveled a lot. I traveled the world to take photographs all around the world to raise money for the exhibition, for an exhibition which I held every year, to raise money for the 9 orphanages we supported. And one of the most interesting places I traveled to is Bilbao. Okay. Now, there's not much about Bilbao. You can walk up the entire length of Bilbao in 20-25 minutes. I remember when I was in the hotel and I asked for a taxi to go to the museum. They just laughed at me and said, please walk there. It took me only 15 minutes. But Bilbao has an asset, and that's the Guggenheim Museum. It's an incredible piece of architecture. It was designed by Frank Gehry, an American architect. It's what we call a deconstructivist. And if you've never been to Bilbao in Spain, I encourage you to go there. It's incredible. It will inspire you. But by far the most interesting place I've ever been to is a country called Garinja. They say that's a flip in the name. It should have been named Ijagari. But Garinja sounds better. Ijagari is a reference to class warfare over economic resources. For those who don't know, Gari is a granulated cassava staple with an underappreciated capacity to bloat the stomach. Garinja politicians like to serve it during elections because it creates the impression that people are well-fed, even if they're suffering from kwashiorkor. They used to call it palliative, but now it's been reclassified as stomach infrastructure. But the elites don't take Gari, they take rice, jollof rice. You'll see the relevance of that later, but suffice today that the poor can't afford rice. Now, the ideology of the Republic of Garinja has it's interesting. It's fully homegrown. Some people have communist ideology, some people have socialist ideology, some people have capitalist ideology, but the ideology is what defines the economy that you have. If it's a capitalist economy, you're encouraging private ownership of capital and assets. If it's communist, then the government owns everything. If it's socialist, you can't make up your mind whether the government owns or whether the individual owns. But Garinja doesn't run any of those ideologies. The ideology came from, it's a concept only derived from the social and economic model of Molue bus. These buses used to be ply Lagos, but they've been banned. They are weapons of mass destruction. Now, modernism stands on two pillars. Anything goes and all things are possible. These tenets have transformative powers. It even produced a man who can stop an aeroplane on a tarmac. They have produced incredible election results. The number of votes cast always outstripped the number of votes registered voters. At the polling booth, it can go be 50 votes, but by the time it turns to the headquarters, it's 5,000 votes. That's a miraculous transformation. Now, Garinja is a materialistic, power-oriented society. Who you know matters more than what you know. You can even buy justice. You can lock up anybody. You can report a case to the police, but end up being the one locked up. Remember, ideologically, all things are possible. The population is divided into three bands. Band A, Band B, Band C. Your band determines your rights, including the right to complain and the quality and quantity of electricity supply you get. If you are Band A, your sash color is sunshine yellow. Your own done better. You get to exercise the right to pay extra for what you're entitled to. Members of this band complain to themselves at country clubs. Electricity bills are calculated by a unique calculator. It has only keys for addition and multiplication. If you are Band B, your own color is green. That's because for you, it will always be greener on the other side. You can complain on radio and social media. But if you are Band C, you can only complain to God. Now, the tour company that I booked offered a tour of the 5 wonders of Garinja. They are located in the capital city of Kuyemi. I can't comprehend. It's called Kuyemi because a humongous amount was spent to build it, yet it does not have one singular global architectural icon. The stadium was said to have cost as much as the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. These are the 5 wonders. Wonder number 1, intelligent fire. They demonstrated how this works when we visited. The fire entered the building, climbed the stairs to the 15th floor, walked down a corridor, ignored several offices, and burnt only the accounts department of the parastatal. Prophet Elijah is known for calling fire from heaven, but his skill is no match for intelligent fire. The second wonder is the miraculous estate. 753 duplexes miraculously built themselves in the capital city. No one has shown any means of ownership. The third wonder is miraculous transmutation. The money stolen from a government parastatal simply turned into a goat. The goat is still at the police station. The fourth wonder is the national airline. It was launched with great fanfare in a foreign land with borrowed plane. A lot of money was spent on branding the project, but the plane was painted Garinja liveries. It has since disappeared, flew out by itself. There's a space of the plane exhibit at the National Museum. The exhibit simply says, abracadabra. The more you look, the less you see. The note encourages you to use your imagination to see the plane. The fifth wonder is the National Assembly building. The architecture is incredible. It has a huge glass dome. There are no windows whatsoever, so the legislators can't see outside or hear what's going on in the streets. There's a perfect echo chamber the architect boasted. The assembly members can only look up to the heavens through the glass dome. This explains why they tell Garinjaites to look up to God the way they look up to God and thank Him for His abundance. But how do they breathe in these windows? Oxygen is often pumped into the dome. However, at high levels, it has a side effect. It affects memory. That is why many legislators forget where they came from. Incidentally, when I asked how much the legislators earned, nobody seemed to know. Not even the accountant of the National Assembly. But also the National Assembly has robust debates and has introduced key legislation. So robust are the debates that the senator once brought 2 of his wives to the floor of the chambers to reinforce a point he was making. They were his PowerPoint presentation. The most notable bill passed by the National Assembly is the National amity, transcendent adulation, symbiotic hospitality accreditation bill. It goes by the acronym Natasha. Now, it's been hailed as the mother of all legislation. I Googled Natasha to learn more about the bill, but the Google kept up bringing out the face of a woman. Now, the other bill the National Assembly is considering is a bill sponsored by the youths to change the national anthem yet again. They want something that reflects the values of the Garinja as exemplified by our legislators. It's rather revolutionary and contemporary, though I must say the first two lines appear to be creative polarization. Look at the wording. Does anybody know how to sing this song? You don't know how to sing? Okay, let's practice. No, wait. Let's practice properly. From here to there is C. This middle is B. And from there to there is A. So you take turns singing, so the B people, the A people will sing the first line, the B people will sing the second and third line, and the D people will sing the fourth line. So let's start. You guys sing well now. Are you hungry? Dodo atira isi, kubo lokoja, ma je, ma kugo do. Dodo atira isi, kubo lokoja, ma je, ma kugo do. Congrats. Now, I spent some time thinking about the fundamental challenges of Garinja. Why is there an unreasonable number of poor people despite the abundance of Gari? Why is the democracy not deep? Now, there are few things that Garinja needs to pay attention to. The first is the rule of law. It has limited jurisdiction. It's only applicable to the masses. There's no justice in the land. Rule of law must replace law of rule. The country must be strong on policing, especially crimes that batter the image of the nation and deprive the masses of welfare. Needless to say, there's a need for police reform. I'm not talking about changing of police uniform. There's a need for a strategic revamp of the image of the country. A passport ought to enhance the citizens, not subtract from them on international borders. The Garinja passport subtracts. Number 3, in the field of education, we no longer teach children values. When a society is power and money-oriented, but lacking in moral values, and immorality pestilence will arise. That disaster will erode trust in that society, affect commerce and the cost of capital. You can't build a nation without values. It is a contradiction in terms. There's a need to revamp the educational curriculum in schools in response to present challenges. Linkages between the universities and the venture capital industry must be fostered. There's a need to create a platform on the stock exchange for young tech companies so investors can cash out. It will incentivize venture capitalists. Colleges of technology must be colleges of technology. MIT is a college of technology. Why is it incomparable to Abah College of Technology? What are they doing that Garinja is not doing? Enterprise development is critical. It should be two-tiered. Tier 1 is for basic training of entrepreneurs. Tier 2 is for those who are focused on businesses that will create jobs and employ at least 20 people. 1 million of those will create 20 million jobs. Government must not only have the capacity to hire all the people, government doesn't have the capacity to hire all the people in the job market. Only the private sector can signally reduce that number. There's democracy but no representative governance. Political office holders must be answerable to the people, not the other way around. In order to correct this anomaly, there must be electoral reform. There's a need to eliminate waste. Spending an inordinate amount of money, at the polling booth must be discouraged. It's a poor productivity. Why can't people vote by phone? As at May 2025, the tele density of Garinja is 79.65%. That's almost 80%. The people pretty much do everything with phone. They send money to the village by phone, book appointments by phone, do remote meetings by phone, buy concert tickets by phone, choose menu by restaurant by phone, set up shops and business by phone, publish books by phone, read religious texts by phone, attend church on phone by phone, do medical diagnosis by phone. They connect and date each other by phone. They pay taxes by phone. They even pay God by phone. If we truly want representative democracy, it is the way to go. Instead of spending 8 or 9 hours to vote, it can be done in 3 minutes. In the present system, you have to carry your bed and pillow to the polling booth. Voting by phone is a much cheaper system. No printing of ballot paper, no logistics, no deployment of hundreds of thousands of electoral officers, just technology. We can even see the result in real time, same way we see the number of likes or posts on X or Facebook. How about rural areas? We can start with the cities. Not that the rural areas don't know how to use phones anyway. They do. They collect money by phone. For effective coverage, you can approach Starlink or for special class-like coverage for the rural areas. Most facilitated the communication at the start of the Ukraine-Russia war. It just moved a few satellites. What if the system is hacked? That's a data security issue. There are technological solutions to solve it. And anyway, the current system is being hacked too. It's hijacked by hoodlums. Ballot boxes are destroyed or stuffed in ballot papers are burnt. There's a constant threat of violence. Why not give the people the option of voting from the safety of their homes? Technology makes the tracing the rigging easier, and breaches can be alarmed. We do a test run first and then localize it. For security measures must be embedded in mobile voting. It must be end-to-end verification. Voters must be able to verify that their ballots have been accurately cast and then counted. Number 2, there must be multi-factor and biometric authentication. Number 3, the system must be transparent and auditable. It must be open source to secure experts and to security experts and election officials. And even citizens can verify the software is secure. Number 4, the votes must be air-gapped, that is taken offline as election officials by election officials so that they cannot be compromised on the internet while still being counted. Encryption technology must be deployed. The digital ballot must be printed and counted like other ballots. And my son is a design engineer. And I troubled him for this lecture. I said, can you simulate voting by phone for me? Just give me a rough draft of how long it will take to vote by phone. Now, for this, you have to, in my own, to use your imagination. Let's imagine that there are 4 gubernatorial candidates in the election. Madam Sisi Oge Hamdallah Tolowo Okere of Tiwantiwa Gbogbero Party, TGP. The motto is togetherness is the key to the kingdom. Everyone is welcome. The second candidate is Mazi Chukwemeka, very ambitious status. He's from the Labour Party. We are their neighbors. Even if you don't show up for 4 years, we are with you in spirit. That's their motto. Malankunu Gidado, Intercontinental Development Party, IDP. Garinja will be like Dubai in 3 months by the grace of God. Then John Dele Baptist, otherwise known as John the Baptist. He belongs to You Chop I Chop Party, UCICP. And this is their motto. We're not greedy. We believe in turn by turn. We even serve puff-puff. Now, this is what my son came up with. Can we play a short video?
The following is a demonstration of how citizens of Garinja can vote for their preferred candidate. When the user lands on the homepage, they can choose between English, Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo. If the user chooses Yoruba, they are taken to a page where they can see the text has been translated to Yoruba. If the user goes back and chooses Hausa, they will also see that the text has been translated to Hausa. For the purposes of this demonstration, we are going to use English. On the onboarding page, we see that this platform is a secure and transparent voting platform for the people of Garrincha. It enables simple voting, and by the end of it, the user will get verified results based on the votes that have been given so far. We shall continue for the demonstration. The next page shows where the user enters their PVC and their phone number. For the purposes of this demonstration, we are going to enter a fake PVC number and a fake phone number. And we will continue. The PVC number and the phone number will be verified, and a text message will be sent to the phone number so that the user can enter to verify that it's correct. For the purposes of this demo, we shall enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and verify. Once the code has been verified, a simple message to show how the vote is recorded and secured is shown to the user. It shows what is done with the phone number, it shows that the vote is kept anonymous, and it shows that it's one vote per person. We shall continue to the ballot. On the ballot, the user sees the candidates that they can vote for. We have John the Baptist for UCICP, Madam Sisi Oge for TGP, we have Malam Kunu for IDP, and Mazi Chukwuemeka for NP. For the purposes of this demo, I will be choosing Madam Sisi Oge. And I will cast my vote. Once I've casted my vote, I will see that it has been successfully done, and then I'm told what would happen next. In the similar vein, I can also see the live results. And as we can see, Madam Sisi Oge is currently in the lead with 365 votes, and John the Baptist is currently last with 156 votes.
Now, that shows you how simple it can be. Now, if we want the youth to take power, you got to give them technology. And some people will tell you it's not possible. It is possible. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what will Dubai do? And what will China do? I want to thank you for listening. I'll be greeting Jahjaga with my ideas. I'll give you an update when I come back. Thank you. God bless our country.
Another round of applause, please. As we all try to imagine where the server of that vote will be hosted. Please, you may be seated. One thing I love about satires is that you watch it maybe the second and the third time, and you're like, oh, I get it. And then you call someone, did you get it? Oh, I got it now. So please listen, and listen again. Nigerians, not listen as a Nigerian, and you will get it. Once again, I know there's a lot to share online and there's a lot to amplify. So please go ahead and do so on your favorite social media platforms as you share your comments, your insights, your pictures on the amazing backdrops we have here as we leave the live venue using the hashtag Platform Nigeria 65. Hashtag Platform Nigeria 65. Again, we are still live on Channels Television, on DSTV channel 196, and of course on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Our next speaker is Dr. Yemi Kale. He's a globally respected economist with more than 25 years of experience shaping Africa's economic, trade, and development agenda. He currently serves as the Group Chief Economist and Managing Director of Research, Trade, and Trade Intelligence at Afrexim Bank, providing intellectual leadership across more than 50 African countries. He previously served as Nigeria's Statistician General and CEO of the National Bureau of Statistics for 10 years, where he transformed the institution's credibility and impact, earning him the first ever reappointment for his second term in that position. Dr. Kale holds a first-class degree in economics from Addis Ababa University and a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics. His career spans Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, and KPMG, where he served as partner and chief economist. He has been a member of Nigeria's economic management team and the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee, and was awarded the National Productivity Order of Merit by the late President Muhammadu Buhari in 2017. Dr. Kale will speak today on reforms and resilience, strengthening Nigeria's economic foundations. Please welcome with a warm applause, Dr. Yemi Kale.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Pastor Poju and the Covenant Nation for the honor of inviting me to speak at such a distinguished gathering as the platform, and in company of such a great array of speakers. So in 6 days, on October 7th exactly, I'll be celebrating my 50th birthday. Thank you. So I guess I share the same number 7 benefits with Mr. Odegbami. But birthdays have a way of compressing time, often causing us to pause and reflect on the past with a renewed sense of purpose and a familiar resolve to grow wiser and to live more intentionally. Today, October 1, is not just a personal milestone, as we know, it's our country's Independence Day. And like any individual birthday, it is a collective moment to reflect on how far we have come as a nation and also to envision the future we are working to create. But it also calls for an honest assessment. What have we learned? What must change? And where do we want to be when we reach the next milestone? So it is therefore fitting that I've been asked to speak on the topic Reform and Resilience, Strengthening Nigeria's Economic Foundations. Just like Mr. Odegbami, when Pastor Poju picked this topic, I sighed, because that was the most difficult of the list of topics. And I was saying I should have just given one that was easy. It's extremely broad, it is extremely controversial, and then going by Dr. Ndidi's lecture, she's put me in a very difficult position as well, given the tricky nature of that topic. But I think it also encapsulates the essence of our national endeavor, particularly in recent times. And my late mom taught us that the first step to solving a problem is to be honest about it and then act to fix it. Neither denial about our reality in our individual lives or as a nation, nor acknowledging all the challenges, but sitting down to just complain about it doesn't change anything. It's only when we acknowledge the truth can we take ownership and then act to bring real change. And I think this is rooted in the definition of reform, which simply means to me making changes to improve something. Now, reforms are not designed to be merely political shifts or adjustments. They are meant to be deliberate, strategic decisions made by a nation committed to stabilizing its present and securing a prosperous future. They, however, do not yield instant prosperity. They require patience, they require persistence, and they require disciplined execution, as well as the capacity to execute and follow through. It's like the personal commitments we make at the start of a new year. You remember the common goals like, take for instance, the common goal like weight loss. We know that lasting results often demand consistent effort, sacrifice, discipline, and endurance, often long before any visible change occurs. But if we stop after a few weeks, or give up because it's too difficult, or just lose interest, then of course the goals will not be achieved. So now, Nigeria is 65 years old, but our economic story after 65 years is unfortunately still described as a paradox. On the one hand, we have immense potential, which is well recognized, very well documented, frequently discussed. It is the reason that despite our often, sometimes difficult business environment, you can see I said often first and I changed it to sometimes because I was looking at Dr. Ndidi. And I'll be doing a lot of that throughout my presentation. Pastor Poju has drawn the line, and we all have to align with that. So on the one hand, we have immense potential, which is well recognized. It's the reason that despite our sometimes difficult environment, foreign investors continue to engage with Nigeria. So while some may stay and navigate those challenges, others may leave temporarily or even permanently or delay entry. But whatever the case, they rarely lose sight of this market. They monitor us closely, waiting for the right opportunity or timing to return or invest, because they understand if Nigeria can get just a few fundamentals right, this is a market of immense scale and opportunity, and is one that they just can't ignore. Take our demographics, for example. The population estimated at about 223 million, of which over 70% are reportedly under the age of 30. This means Nigeria possesses one of the largest reservoirs of youthful energy, creativity, and ambition anywhere in the world. Demographers call this a potential demographic dividend, which, if properly harnessed, could fuel one of the fastest economic transformations of this century. However, if neglected, it could become a demographic burden, fueling unemployment, social unrest, and out-migration. Consider also our natural resource wealth and geography. We are richly endowed with huge oil and gas reserves, vast agricultural land, and strategic minerals like lithium, rare earth metals, and many others that are shaping and will shape the industries of the future, from electric vehicles to advanced electronics. Our 922,000 square kilometers of territory includes some of Africa's most fertile farmlands. Our coastline and favorable climate position us as a natural logistics and trade hub for the African Continental Free Trade Area, whose market spans some 1.4 billion people. And yet, alongside this abundance, lies a country whose productivity still remains below potential. Our global competitiveness is still fragile, and inclusive growth has been elusive. So 65 years after independence, the gap between our extraordinary endowments and our actual economic and social outcomes is still very, very wide. However, when we strip this paradox down, the issue converges on one point: capacity. Nigeria's resources and demographic dynamism by themselves do not generate prosperity. Our immense potential means very little without the institutional and economic systems and capacity to realize it. So the central question is not whether Nigeria has potential, we clearly do, but whether we can build and sustain the institutional, infrastructural, and human capacity to translate that potential into tangible progress. Meeting this challenge, however, demands more than incremental policy tweaks. It requires intentional, economic-wide reforms, including strengthening public institutions, investing in transformative infrastructure, and designing financial and industrial ecosystems that convert our raw endowments into jobs, innovation, and globally competitive industries. It requires genuine inclusion and an unwavering commitment to doing the right things for the right reasons at the right time and in the right way. Only through such disciplined execution can Nigeria convert its exceptional promise into shared prosperity, ensuring that our country's youthful population and natural wealth becomes engines of sustained growth rather than sources of unfulfilled aspiration. So we have introduced a series of challenging and painful reforms recently, but which to me are absolutely necessary and beyond dispute. And I believe there is really no credible alternative. I also believe that if they are executed with consistency and integrity, they represent the essential first steps in turning Nigeria's long acknowledged potential into real, broadly shared prosperity, felt not only in statistics and speeches, but in the daily lives of our people. The challenge, however, is to ensure that the path of reform is as painless, humane, and well-sequenced as possible. But too often in Nigeria, this has been overlooked or maybe poorly implemented, resulting in what I think are avoidable hardships. So the responsibility of government is not to avoid these reforms, it has to be done, but to sustain them while urgently cushioning their impact by improving social protections so that the journey towards transformation is both economically sound and socially just. So over the next hour or so, I would argue that well thought out and well sequenced reforms are essential not only to stabilize Nigeria's economy in the short term, but also to future-proof it for generations to come. Drawing on lessons from our own history and from comparable nations that have successfully transformed their economies, I would outline how Nigeria, through credible reforms, can strengthen its foundations, build resilience, and achieve truly inclusive prosperity. In doing this, I will examine some of the reforms underway, why they matter, what has been achieved, what we have fallen short, where we are falling short, and what must come next. Above all, I want to underscore resilience, how the difficult decisions we make now can fortify Nigeria against future shocks and lay the groundwork for long-term prosperity. Reform anywhere in the world is never easy. It demands vision, it demands sacrifice, it demands disciplined execution. But as I hope to show today, well thought out and steadfast reform is the surest path to a more stable, prosperous, and self-reliant Nigeria. So on this 61st anniversary of our independence, my message is actually one of hope, but not just hope in itself, but hope firmly anchored in action. So like I already stated, Nigeria is a nation with immense potential that has yet to be fully realized. Between 2015 and 2024, for example, our real GDP growth likely stagnated and per capita income contracted, eroding living standards. During this period, millions of Nigerians were pushed into poverty, squeezed by persistent high inflation, rising unemployment and underemployment, even as 3 to 5 million young people entered the labor market annually while job creation lagged. Now, because job creation had consistently lagged labor force growth in the absence of effective unemployment-related social protections, it began to push many young people into low-skill, low-pay work, and also triggered a steady and troubling brain drain as some of our brightest minds and most capable hands started seeking opportunities abroad. This deterioration, however, extended well beyond income. Core social and economic indicators also weakened across board. For instance, the Human Capital Index, which is a measure of the future productivity of today's children, remains among the lowest in the world, with the most recent index suggesting that a child born in Nigeria in 2020 can expect to reach only about 36% of his or her productive potential, given current education and health outcomes. Today, roughly 40% of Nigerians, some 89 million people, are estimated to live below the poverty line. This is the second largest, assuming those numbers are correct, this is the second largest population of people in poverty worldwide after India. To grasp the magnitude of this number, we can consider that fewer than 20 of the world's 195 recognized countries even have a population larger than just Nigeria's estimated number of poor. And these dynamics are compounding. Together, these trends threaten the very promise of independence that every Nigerian should have the opportunity to thrive at home. So what went wrong? Well, there are many reasons, but a large part of it lies in policy missteps and costly delays in implementing needed reforms. Key adjustments, some finally underway, should have begun over a decade ago when warning signs were already evident. And acting sooner would have significantly softened the impact on households and businesses, sparing the economy years of compounding fiscal and inflationary pressures. Instead, distortive monetary and exchange rate policies lingered, eroding investor confidence and choking off investment. Fiscal deficits also widened as oil revenues fell and unsustainable subsidies ballooned. Furthermore, external shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic, various global commodity swings, the Russia-Ukraine war, and so on, it hit us hard, and we lacked the buffers to cushion the impact. The result was slower growth, deepening hardship, and a widening gap between our vast resources and the prosperity our citizens rightly expect. Encouragingly, we have recently begun to pursue some of these long overdue reforms. And while these initial measures have yet to bring broad relief to households, they have already averted a looming fiscal crisis. They have improved the profitability of many domestic businesses, and that they have begun to rebuild investor confidence. These are early signs that the economy's trajectory is shifting in the right direction. Much, however, remains to be done to consolidate these gains and translate them into tangible benefits for all Nigerians. To understand the urgency of reforms, especially some of which have been done recently, we must first recognize the depth of dysfunction embedded within Nigeria's economic structure. For many decades, our heavy reliance on oil exports had left the economy dangerously undiversified and vulnerable. As of 2023, oil and gas revenues accounted for more than 67% of government revenue and more than 88% of exports. And though oil itself is just about 5% of our GDP, it nevertheless drives about 80% of economic activity through its influence on spending, investment, and foreign exchange. In fact, it is because the oil sector was in recession for most of the last decade that our growth was muted. And now that the oil sector has started to pick up, we are witnessing stronger growth numbers. Consequently, every oil price or production shock, such as in 2014 to 2016 and in 2020, has triggered recessions and intense pressure on the naira, keeping growth subdued for most of the past decade. However, even when global oil prices surged in 2021 and 2022, our country reaped little benefit because years of underinvestment, persistent production shortfalls, and an unsustainable, costly petrol subsidy absorbed virtually all of the oil windfall. By 2022, NNPC's remittances to the federal account had collapsed to near zero, and the subsidy bill threatened to exceed $16 billion. At the same time, foreign exchange policy at the time compounded the problem. Multiple exchange rate windows and an overvalued official rate discouraged investment and spurred rent seeking, while dollar shortages started to strangle businesses. Meanwhile, deficit monetization by the central bank drove inflation into double digits well before subsidies were lifted or exchange rates adjusted. By early 2023, mounting debt services costs and shrinking revenues had brought the country to the brink of a fiscal and balance of payments crisis. These macroeconomic stresses translated into real hardship for majority of the population, inflation near 25%, eroding wages and pushing an estimated 7 million more people into poverty in 2022 alone. As food and transport costs soared, as insecurity and climate-related disasters increased, such as the floods in 2022, all conspire to deepen our vulnerability. Now, I'm not recounting all of this to spoil the celebratory mood of our independence. Rather, it is to underscore the reality that our old economic playbook had become unsustainable. By 2023, Nigeria stood at a fiscal cliff, and decisive action became necessary. We could no longer afford to kick the can down the road. The cost of inaction was spiraling out of control, and something had to give. So over the past 16 months, we have embarked on what I believe are significant economic reforms, all aimed at addressing precisely some of these structural challenges. Now, several commentators have used the words bold or courageous to describe the reforms that were introduced. And depending on your vantage point, you may agree or disagree. However, I always tend to hesitate to describe them as simply acts of boldness or courage, because to be honest, there was nothing else we could do at that point. It was a decision we are forced into, and that's why, if you remember, during the last elections, virtually every political party insisted that what we did actually needed to be done. To me, bold to me would be taking a risky path out of several less risky and equally viable options. But when your policy choices shrink to a single credible route, what appears as bravery at its core is an acceptance of necessity. So it was more like we were at a crossroad and picked the right route, as opposed to, you might say, perceptive action from a list of various possible and credible options. But then again, we did have the option of capitulation, which we did not pick. So I guess it still needed an act of resolve, an act of determination, and the courage to face the reality, without which we may not even be celebrating our 65th anniversary as a nation today. So the first of these reforms, as we all know, was the removal of petrol subsidy. Few policy decisions in Nigeria's history has been as fiercely debated as the removal of petrol subsidy. For decades, subsidies were portrayed as some form of social security and a shield protecting ordinary citizens from global oil price swings. In reality, they created a fiscal burden that simply drained colossal sums, often more than we spent on health and education combined. Then it created market distortions, artificially low fuel prices acting like a magnet, pulling fuel across our borders into neighboring countries, often leading to supply gaps domestically. So smuggling, corruption, and inefficiency became entrenched, undermining domestic supply and distorting incentives for investment in the energy sector. It also created equity concerns. Evidence showed that wealthier households who owned more cars and consumed more fuel captured the lion's share of the benefits. Meanwhile, the poorer households who spend a larger proportion of their income on transport and energy often stood in long queues or paid higher black market prices. So instead of leveling the playing field, the subsidy simply deepened inequality. So ending this practice was a needed act of national discipline and fiscal realism. The immediate consequences were undeniably painful. Transport fares rose, inflation spiked. However, some of the long-term gains are already becoming visible. The budget deficit has narrowed, opening up the possibility to redirect billions of naira to productive investments. Equally important were the structural benefits from eliminating the subsidy. With the end of cheap fuel arbitrage Smuggling to neighboring countries is far less lucrative. And I believe over time, the domestic market will stabilize and incentives will shift towards investment in infrastructure, power, and social services. So this reform was not just about balancing the books. It was about freeing Nigeria from a cycle of dependency and vulnerability. But like I said, it was painful, but necessary. And I still believe that the government could have done a slightly better job addressing the short-term pains with better targeted support rather than just waiting for it to pass and asking Nigerians to bear it. I think that was probably one of the major weaknesses of the entire system. A second key reform was the unification of, as we know, and the liberalization of Nigeria's foreign exchange market. For many years, we operated under a tangle of multiple exchange rates and administrative allocations. This opaque system created wide gaps between the official rate, which was about 450 naira to the dollar at the time, and the parallel rate, which was about 700 or so dollars to naira at the time. And only a privileged few could even access the cheaper official rate, while most businesses and households paid far more. This system encouraged corruption and rent-seeking, discouraged genuine exporters and investors, distorted price signals, and invited speculative attacks on the naira. So in June 2023, the central bank ended this multiple exchange rate system, letting the naira float at a single market-based rate. This move immediately improved transparency and price discovery. It curtailed the arbitrage opportunities and signaled to the world that Nigeria's commitment to the world to a more open, rules-based FX regime. As a result, the official rate quickly converged with the parallel market rate at the time 750 to 800 naira to the dollar, eliminating the long-standing premium that had plagued the system. And though the naira has weakened further to about 1,500 naira to the dollar today, the currency's real effective exchange rate is now arguably the most competitive in decades. In practical terms, Nigeria is no longer selling scarce dollars at subsidized prices, while exporters are no longer penalized by an overvalued currency. As a result, investors are taking note, and their response have been encouraging. For example, foreign exchange reserves have increased over time. The verified FX backlogs have been largely cleared, and our reserves currently has crossed over $42 billion, which is a 3-year high. For businesses, this new system is also transformative. They no longer have to waste energy lobbying for scarce official FX allocations, and instead they can focus on productivity and competitiveness. A more competitive naira also makes Nigerian products more affordable abroad. It stimulates non-exports, discourages wasteful imports, and encourages local production. And non-oil exporters and domestic businesses that rely on imported inputs, like I mentioned, are already reporting stronger earnings. Also, Nigeria's balance of trade is reportedly improving. But here again, these reforms, though necessary, came at a painful short-term price, which wasn't effectively cushioned. We can learn from the experience of several countries. For example, Egypt, when Egypt floated its pound in 2016, inflation quickly exceeded 30% within months, just like ours. But by allowing the currency to reach a market clearing level, Egypt restored investor confidence and saw a surge of capital and growth in subsequent years. However, Egypt, unlike Nigeria, complemented its currency reform with a more efficient and better targeted social safety nets, cushioning vulnerable households from the initial spike in living costs. Importantly for Nigeria, the more transparent FX regime has attracted a surge of foreign portfolio inflows, which helps stabilize the naira in the short term. But foreign direct investment, critical for job creation and industrial capacity, will take longer to rebound as investors test the staying power of the reforms, especially given Nigeria's long history of policy reversals. Also, monetary policy adds another layer of complexity. This foreign portfolio inflows surge has been supported by the CBN maintaining policy rates above 20%. But while this strategy supports short-term liquidity and reserve accumulation, it also discourages long-term foreign direct investment, as potential investors will favor short-term high returns in government securities compared to productive investments. I mean, they would say if I can almost guarantee 20% plus return on investment from government securities, why would I take the risk of pursuing longer-term foreign direct investment that might not even get me as high a return as the government securities in the first place, but I'll have to take a greater risk. So the result is a trade-off between short-term liquidity stability and long-term capital formation. However, I believe that as inflation gradually eases, the CBN would shift its focus from foreign portfolio inflows towards attracting foreign direct investments. They will lower rates, hopefully, in a carefully sequenced manner. In this regard, timing is very crucial. Cut too soon, and inflationary pressure could resurface. But if you wait too long, domestic investment and critical foreign direct investment for industrialization and job creation will remain crowded out. Alongside these headline structural reforms, Nigeria also needed reforms to restore monetary and fiscal discipline, which are also essential anchors of lasting stability. For much of the previous decade, monetary policy oscillated between tightening to fight inflation and loosening to spur growth, often undermined by large quasi-fiscal interventions. However, CBN has now reasserted price stability, which is its core mandate. The monetary policy rate was initially raised to 27.5%, which is one of the steepest on record, while open market operations were streamlined to mop up excess liquidity. And importantly, these actions were accompanied by clearer communication with regular policy reports, forward guidance, and transparent explanations of the inflation outlook. Again, the results are now visible. Headline inflation, which averaged about 25 to 30% in 2023-2024, has begun to ease towards the low 20s, and food inflation, while still elevated, is slowing. Now, these gains are not merely statistical. Every percentage point of disinflation protects the real value of salaries, of pensions, and savings, and reduces uncertainty for investors who must plan projects years in advance. And I believe that if we stay the course, inflation could fall to around 14% by the end of 2026, all things remaining constant. However, between now and then, the hardship on households will continue. But the lesson here, again, is clear. Reform is like curing a fever. You must endure some discomfort as the medicine takes effect. But the alternative of letting the fever rage just because the pill is bitter or the injection is too painful is far worse. A second equally important lesson here is that, which I've highlighted already, is that like some peer countries, we should match reforms with a targeted and effective social cushion to protect the most vulnerable citizens. So once again, the key is not just introducing necessary reforms, that was done, or even the important political will to see them through, that wasn't lacking. But reforms must also be carefully planned and thoughtfully implemented so that structural change is matched by social protection and long-term public confidence. No discussion of reform in Nigeria is complete without addressing the need for energy reform. Reliable, affordable power is the foundation of industrialization, job creation, and national competitiveness. In recent years, reforms in oil and gas and electricity have gained momentum, yet much remains to be done. A striking example is the Dangote refinery, which began operations and exported its first gasoline cargoes in 2025. When fully integrated into the domestic supply chains, it promises to cut dependence on imported refined products, save foreign exchange, and stabilize fuel prices. However, operational challenges still persist, which need to be resolved, including labor issues, reliable feedstock supply, transparent pricing formulas, and clear currency settlement mechanisms to ensure that it consistently serves the domestic market. The broader challenge is to achieve energy security without reverting to hidden subsidies or encouraging monopolistic practices which can materialize if competition safeguards, regulatory capacity, and market sequencing are weak. This underscores the need for complementary policies such as strong antitrust oversight, transparent pricing, and incentives for new entrants to prevent a well-intentioned reform from reproducing the very problems it's set to solve. Electricity pricing reforms follow a similar logic. Historically, tariffs had been set far below cost-reflective levels, leading to chronic losses, leading to deteriorating infrastructure and insufficient supply. By initiating a gradual transition towards cost-reflective tariffs combined with targeted support for the poorest households, the government can begin to break this vicious cycle and move us towards a power sector that can attract investment and deliver steady, affordable electricity to homes and industries. However, decades of underinvestment, weak governance, and misaligned tariffs have left us barely a fraction of the electricity needed to power modern industry. Our electricity supply has been notoriously inadequate, leading to routine blackouts and an estimated annual economic loss of over $25 billion due to power shortages. We have been reforming this sector in pieces. Remember the unbundling and privatization in 2013, for example, but with mixed results. However, the Electricity Act of 2023 fundamentally changes the governance model. Combined with a federal plan to refinance about 4 trillion naira in sector debt, this legislation could break the logjam of underinvestment and chronic outages. The act devolves power sector regulation from the federal government to the states, allowing each of Nigeria's 36 states to create and regulate their own electricity markets. In essence, it breaks the old centralized monopoly and opens the door for states to partner with private investors to generate, transmit, and distribute power locally. States can now license mini grids and power plants to serve their regions. Now, this reform was driven by the realization that the prior model wasn't working. Even after privatization, the national regulator kept electricity tariffs artificially low, dissuading investments and leaving the power companies insolvent. However, now under the new act, like I said, states can chart their own path, perhaps inviting private firms to build generation specifically for industrial clusters or urban centers, setting cost-reflective tariffs with local buy-in and bypassing some of the inefficiencies that plague the national grid. And already, several states have either enacted or drafted laws to create their electricity markets. This, to me, is a bold structural shift, and if well implemented, it could unleash competition and innovation in the power sector. Of course, challenges still exist. Not all states currently have the capacity or resources to regulate electricity effectively, and coordination will be needed as power doesn't respect state borders. But we can draw lessons from other countries like India and Kenya, which also decentralized aspects of electricity governance. The federal government will have to support states in this journey through technical assistance and perhaps regional cooperation frameworks, and ensure that we don't simply replace a federal monopoly with 36 mini monopolies. But still, the principle of the reform is sound. Decentralize, liberalize, and let there be light. So these reforms, these examples of reforms, like I said, are gradually yielding measurable stabilization. But we also need to understand that behind the improving macroeconomic fundamentals lies the daily reality of Nigerian households, which, if we are not careful, are capable of reversing every progress or gain if the reform-induced hardships push people to their limits. Like I mentioned, poverty still remains stubbornly high. Food insecurity is still a problem. Unemployment and underemployment is widespread. And for most families, progress is measured not in GDP figures or fiscal deficits, but in the price of gari, the reality of electricity, and their children's job prospects. However, without keeping faith in reforms and moving from stabilization, which we generally have now, to structural transformation and deeper change, Nigeria risks another 65 years of low growth, high inequality, and persistent fiscal stress. But if we remain focused and keep faith with reforms, we will gradually remove the remaining binding constraints that have prevented us from realizing our potential. In the meantime, like I mentioned, the pain will be real, and it's the responsibility of government to minimize the impact. I use this example. I use another example. It's like when people say there's no cure for the flu and that the infection must run its course. The medicines we take, whether over the counter remedies to ease fever or aches, or prescription antivirals to shorten the illness, they are not really meant to, they are only meant to lessen symptoms and reduce complications, not necessarily to instantly eliminate the virus. I think the same happens with reform. It has to run its course, and there are no shortcuts, and all we can do is lessen the pain. This experience with reform I described is not unique to Nigeria. Economic history shows that structural reform often follows a J-curve. Short-term pain, long-term gain. Think of India's early 1990s liberalization or Indonesia's post-Asian crisis reform. Nigeria stands at a similar inflection point. So staying the course is essential if we are to climb the upward slope of durable prosperity. That being said, while I speak of the transformative potential of reforms, I need to be clear that not all reforms are necessarily good reforms. What I'm speaking about here is good reforms. Some changes are labeled reform, but are poorly conceived or fundamentally harmful. A reform can fail not only in execution, but at the design stage because of faulty economics, because of narrow political motives, or inadequate consultation. Reforms that ignore economic fundamentals or sound evidence, or that mainly aim to win short-term political favor, belong to this category. Consider, for example, the massive untargeted fertilizer subsidies in Nigeria during the 1980s. Instead of intended to boost farm output, they encouraged waste and corruption, but never really raised productivity in a sustainable way. Also, reforms in name only can be equally damaging. In Eastern Europe, during the 1990s, several privatization drives were presented as liberalization and modernization, but in practice, they merely transferred state assets to politically connected insiders, replacing public monopolies with private sector ones and leaving true competition largely absent. Timing and sequencing are equally critical. Removing subsidies before inflation is contained or before safety nets are in place can sharply increase poverty and social tension. Inconsistent policy signals, weak regulatory enforcement, and entrenched vested interest can further erode credibility, reducing investor confidence and leaving reforms only partially implemented. Social and political dynamics also add layers of risk. Structural changes inevitably create winners and losers. Without effective communication, without compensation mechanisms, and participatory dialogue, those who bear the early costs, such as consumers facing higher prices or workers in declining industries, may resist through protests, strikes, or political pushback. So a reform intended to open markets can even unintentionally create new concentrations of power if a single firm or group gains dominant control. Finally, reforms need continuous monitoring and adaptive management. Without robust data systems, early warning indicators, and a mandate to adjust costs, small implementation glitches can escalate into crisis. So in short, even technically sound reforms succeed only when backed by sound design, strong institutions, political commitment, and continuous feedback. Lasting change requires not just the courage to begin a reform, but the discipline to manage it over time and the flexibility to correct costs when reality diverges from expectations. So what are the key areas of structural reform we need to either start or keep faith with till completed, so as to move from current macroeconomic stabilization into durable and inclusive prosperity? In answering this, 4 interlocking reform domains stand out as pillars of long-term resilience. The first is energy needed to power growth. Energy remains the backbone of industrialization, job creation, and social progress. So reform in this sector is therefore existential for growth. And while recent legislation has been introduced to tackle these challenges, these laws on paper must translate into real-world outcomes. The second priority area is infrastructure and connectivity. A resilient economy must be well connected, both internally across regions and externally to global markets. This requires closing the country's infrastructure gaps, not only in roads, rail, and ports, but also in broadband and digital networks that underpin today's global economy. Take agriculture, for example. Stronger road and rail corridors linking our northern agricultural zones with southern ports would unlock significant value by reducing travel times, lowering transport costs, and improving the flow of food to markets. Inland dry ports and logistics hubs could further integrate rural producers into regional and global supply chains, allowing farmers to capture export opportunities while reducing post-harvest losses that currently account for up to 40 to 50% of some crops. This is why infrastructure is not just an economic necessity, it's actually a macroeconomic stabilizer. For example, in the face of localized shocks such as a drought or flooding, the ability to quickly move food from surplus to deficit areas can prevent scarcity and inflationary spikes. However, at present, our Nigeria's inadequate transport and logistics system continues to impose a heavy burden. Logistics costs represent 30 to 40% of the final consumer price of some staples, meaning inefficiencies in movement are directly passed on to households. And this has profound implications for macroeconomic management, and it highlights why inflation in Nigeria is not purely a monetary phenomenon. A large share of inflationary pressure comes from structural bottlenecks, particularly cost-push drivers such as transport, energy, and logistics. Monetary tightening can only address demand pull inflation. That's the excess cash chasing limited goods. So initially, you will see interest rates increases begin to slow down inflation, if you check the history of Nigeria, until it gets to a point when inflation gets stuck and may even reverse. At this point, the excess cash has been absorbed and inflation is largely cost push. So simply raising policy rates beyond that does very little. It simply just adds to financing costs, raising production and distribution expense, and ironically, may even end up pushing inflation even higher instead of lowering it. In such circumstances, monetary policy has reached its limits. So knowing when to pause is as important as knowing when to tighten. The key is to distinguish the proportions of demand pull versus cost push inflation. This is why reforms need to be done in a holistic and integrated manner across the entire macroeconomy and not piecemeal across various sectors. How does one reform in one sector affect another? What do we do first? How do we limit the negative consequences of reform in another sector and so on? In short, fiscal and structural reforms must complement monetary policy. Only through such integrated reforms can Nigeria build an economy that is competitive, resilient, and inflation resistant. I was going to give several examples of how many countries in Africa had conducted their reforms, but I would, in the interest of time, I would skip all of that. The central point here is that it is clear that investments in infrastructure would directly improve Nigeria's competitiveness and resilience. That being said, it is projected that Nigeria will require about 3 trillion by 2050 to meet its infrastructure needs, of which for the transport sector, it's 575 billion between 2020 and 2043. To put this into context, Nigeria's entire 2025 budget is about 36 billion, and its 2024 rebased GDP was about 275 billion. So this obvious limited fiscal space means government alone cannot meet Nigeria's vast infrastructure needs. Accordingly, public-private partnerships are key. We heard the example of the National Theatre earlier today. In addition, Nigeria should consider institutionalizing a dedicated infrastructure financing mechanism. For example, a portion of savings from the fuel subsidy removal could be systematically ring-fenced for high-impact transport and logistic investments. Embedding this commitment into the national budgeting process and potentially into legislation would not only provide predictable funding for infrastructure, but also help rebuild trust with citizens who have borne the immediate burden of the subsidy removal. Infrastructure investment will also extend to, like I mentioned, to energy and gas pipelines. One specific initiative worth noting is the development of gas pipeline infrastructure and thermal power plants, leveraging our natural gas reserves. Similarly, investments in renewable energy, solar mini-grids for rural areas, for instance, will also enhance resilience by diversifying our energy sources and reaching those of the national grid. The story of Nigeria's telecoms sector is probably the clearest proof of what good reform can achieve. In 1960, we had fewer than 20,000 telephone lines for about 40 million people. By 2001, about 4 decades of monopoly under the then NITEL, we still had only 400,000 lines. Then came liberalization, private GSM operators were licensed, the market opened, and within 5 years, lines soared to over 10 million. Today, Nigeria has over 220 million active mobile subscriptions. Telecoms now contributes about 16% of GDP compared to less than 1% then, and serves as the backbone of a vibrant digital economy, powering fintech, e-commerce, and millions of jobs. This is what happens when thorough, well-thought-out and implemented reforms open sectors, helps to enforce competition, and leads to investment in modern infrastructure. The challenge before us is to replicate this success in other sectors, power, petroleum, and in particular mining, which are areas where Nigeria has vast potential still untapped, and which can create a lot of industries, exports, and jobs on a transformative scale. Beyond sector-specific changes, we also must improve the overall business environment so that the private sector can drive growth and diversification. This means cutting red tape, enforcing contracts, protecting property rights, and rooting out corruption in how businesses interface with government. While we have made some progress on the back of reforms like simplifying startup procedures and digitizing processes. That reform momentum needs to continue. Trade policy also needs reform. Our frequent use of export bans, high tariffs, and even border closures, as in 2019, discourages competitiveness and often entrenches hardship. While these measures have been often justified as protecting local industries or of safeguarding domestic supply, in practice, they have merely encouraged smuggling, raised consumer prices, reduced supply chain efficiency, and limited Nigeria's integration into regional and global value chains. The AfCFTA offers a chance to become a continental production hub, but success requires further reforms to lower trade barriers, easier customs and ports, and stronger competition policy to prevent monopolies and keep prices down. And this reform is particularly urgent, given the backdrop of escalating global trade wars and shifting supply chains. While disruptions in global trade present challenges, they also create unprecedented opportunities for Nigeria. Nigeria's size, location, and market potential mean it could become a preferred substitute for global firms looking to diversify sourcing and manufacturing away from traditional hubs. But to seize that moment, Nigeria must project itself as open, reliable, and a competitive trade partner within Africa under the AfCFTA and beyond as part of global supply networks. If executed well, such trade reform could transform Nigeria into a continental production powerhouse, generating jobs, lowering prices, and strengthening resilience against external shocks. Security is equally another priority area for resilience. Without peace, investment flees. Growth must also be people-centered. Nigeria's current low human capital index shows why education and healthcare are vital. The Student Loan Act 2023 and cash transfers, including a 5 billion naira relief package for each state to offset fuel price shocks, are steps in the right direction towards a stronger social safety net. And we should consider using a portion of the savings from subsidy removal to deepen such programs and make them more efficient, so that reforms share burdens fairly. Job creation also hinges on private enterprise. Government can help through skills training, SME support, and sectoral reforms. The Nigeria Startup 2022 illustrates how targeted policy can spur tech jobs, modernizing agriculture with credit and irrigation, and modernizing agriculture with credit and irrigation can do the same for rural employment and food security. Finally, inclusive growth must reach every region. Without shared opportunities, inequality and unrest will erode stability. So power and fiscal reforms should empower states, while federal economic and agro-processing zones can lift lagging areas. Pairing pro-business reforms with robust safety nets and regional inclusion would make prosperity broad-based and durable. Now we have established the importance of reforms and discussed what has to be done and what left needs to be done. We might ask, would it actually pay off? Are we sure we are on the right path? And it's a valid question, especially when people are feeling the immediate pinch of higher fuel prices or a weaker currency. However, history offers a resounding yes. Good reforms do pay off, and sometimes spectacularly, if sustained and done in the right way and for the right reasons. And throughout my remarks, I've given a few examples. But before the overarching takeaway from those examples I gave is what I have said throughout my address, that good and bold reforms often entail short-term sacrifices, but they often bring long-term dividends. Countries that beat the bullet, whether it was India opening its economy, Indonesia cutting subsidies, or Nigeria itself removing telecoms from government hands, ended up far better off. Those that delay tough decisions usually find the problems only worsen. When at the last NESG, the World Bank's chief economist said that Nigeria would need to stay the course for at least another 10 to 15 years to transform its economy, everyone in the room yelled, and understandably so. So did I, and I'm an economist, and I understood what he was saying. 10 to 15 years under the current strain, you're telling Nigerians to wait for another 10 to 15 years. It's difficult to swallow. But I now thought about it. What's the alternative? Business as usual is definitely not an option. But if we make and sustain the right reforms now, by Nigeria's 75th or 80th independence, we may or may not be celebrating an economy that is vastly more prosperous and stable. But if we continue the way we were, we will definitely be headed to disaster. In economics, there's a theory called game theory. Under game theory, we are taught that the worst choice a player can make, I'm sure our well-experienced football champion understands what I'm saying. Game theory says that the worst choice a player can make is to cling to a strategy that guarantees failure, even when riskier alternatives exist. This is precisely the dilemma before us. If we refuse to reform, the outcome is certain. Economic collapse, fiscal instability, declining competitiveness. We know where we are going if we don't reform. But if we choose to reform, the path is uncertain. Yes, it carries risks and comes with pain, but also carries the possibility of growth, prosperity, and resilience. So it's like saying, if you go down this road, you are going to disaster. But if you go into if you use this other way, you have the possibility of going into disaster, but there's also the possibility that it may actually work out for you. Now, if you are faced with those two choices, it's better to take the risk. Because at the end of the day, if it ends up in disaster, you are no better off than if you continue the way you are going. But there's a possibility that you might actually fix the problem and improve your country. Essentially, game theory is telling us that when one option leads only to disaster, while other offers even a chance of success, the rational choice is clear. We must reform, but not blindly, but strategically with credible commitments, safeguards, and the courage to take the harder path today so that tomorrow may hold opportunities instead of decline. Before I conclude, let me turn briefly to the question of how we manage the present transition. Please give me another 5 more minutes. I'm not sure if that is enough. We have heard enough, thank you. Or we are enjoying it, continue. But I would stick to we are enjoying it, continue. Even though I started off by saying denial is never a good thing, and you should face the reality. But just give me 5 more minutes. On my last. Okay. So, like I said, it's vital to actively manage this transition. And if not, even well-designed reforms risk being rolled back before their long-term benefits materialize. In this regard, effective communication and transparency is important. The government must clearly communicate what it's doing and why. People are more likely to endure hardship if they understand the necessity and see a credible plan. Second, protecting the vulnerable. I've said this many times throughout my address. This cannot be overstated. Expand and effectively deliver the social safety nets. Third, support for business and job creators. If we want the private sector to drive recovery, we may consider some short-term support for critical industries, especially those significantly hit by the reforms. Fourth is consistency and policy follow-through. This is perhaps the biggest risk. Policy reversal and hard implementation is probably the biggest risk in reform. And we have unfortunately had instances before when a reform is announced but not fully carried out or reversed at the first sign of opposition. This time, we must hold firm with a listening ear, but a steady hand. And if the reform is good, then staying the course is absolutely essential. Finally, political will and inclusive leadership. Good reform requires a whole of government approach and indeed a whole of society support. Ladies and gentlemen, today is our Independence Day, so I'll end my address on an optimistic but realistic note by asking us to imagine in Nigeria a decade from now, if we stay true to good reforms with low predictable inflation, stable fuel prices, and foreign markets, budgets funded by reliable domestic revenue, an economy where public funds are channeled into roads, schools, clinics, and innovation rather than waste. In Nigeria, where our foreign reserves are strong, our naira is steady, and investors build factories, farms, and tech hubs from Kaduna to Lagos, new industries from solar panels to film, create jobs, rural areas thrive, and poverty declines as millions achieve a decent standard of living. Even our diaspora return, bringing skills and capital. But to me, this vision is achievable, especially as the tools to realize it exist in abundance. But it will only happen if we strengthen our economic foundation. By embracing market forces with a human face, that is competitive markets tempered by smart regulation and safety nets, we will align Nigeria with the realities of the 21st century. Resilience to me will mean that when the next oil slump arrives or a pandemic or climate shock strikes, we do not collapse. Instead, we absorb the heat, recover quickly, and seize new opportunities. History teaches us that there is no substitute for sound policy. No oil boom, no foreign aid, no volume of borrowing can compensate for weak economic management. But with the right institutions and choices, history has shown that even countries with far less or fewer advantages than Nigeria have prospered, and I believe so can we. That brings me to the end of my address. I thank you all for listening. Happy Independence Day once again. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
My name is Adedokun Oluwafisayo, and I will be your tour guide. Hanging over our heads are the atrium paintings. In 2011, Olusegun Obasanjo organized an arts competition themed unity and diversity. It was open to all Nigerian youth. Over 1,000 entries came in, but they picked just the best 64 to beautify the library. They were first on cardboard before being transferred to glass. This is Wing A, and it's about Olusegun Obasanjo's humble beginning, his military career, and imprisonment. You will now see a recreation of the cell Olusegun Obasanjo stayed in Yola prison, and it is nicknamed Cell 333. Everything here, from the falling ceiling, the faded paint on the wall, the tinted glass, and even the utensils are the exact things he used in prison. The only luxury he had is that fridge that was given to him by his friend, Lamido of Adamawa. You're welcome to Wing B. This section is about Olusegun Obasanjo as a politician, a statesman, and mediator. This is the recreation of the Aso Rock office. Olusegun Obasanjo is the first democratic president to use the Aso Rock Villa, and this chair is one of the ones Baba used in office. Behind here is the Nigerian flag and the flag of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. A number of people contributed some money to the construction of the library, and they are in categories. Here's the first category, the gold donors, who donated 750 million naira and above individually to the construction of the library. Here's the second category, the cowrie donors, who donated from 500 million naira to 750 million naira each. The second category, the ivory donors, who donated from 250 million naira to 499 million naira. And finally, the ebony donors, who donated from 100 million naira to 249 million naira each.
This is Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, located in the heart of Abeokuta, and we are rebuilding our nation. This is Nigeria, and this is working.
Passengers at the seats on the allocated seats only. Overall, the cabin is not allowed except to use the convenience which is located at the rear of each coach. For waste disposal, kindly use the waste bin located at the rear of each coach. Please sit back and enjoy your trip. Thank you for choosing to travel with us.
Nigeria is more than headlines. It is a nation of stories, of resilience, of progress. Across Abeokuta and Lagos, the railway stations connect lives and dreams. With modern facilities, easy ticketing, and smooth transport, they open doors to opportunity, efficiency, and progress. At the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library in Abeokuta, history meets innovation. Its beautiful structure and rich interior preserve the lessons of yesterday while inspiring leaders of tomorrow. Olumo Rock stands tall, a reminder of our strength, endurance, and unshakable spirit of the Nigerian people. At the stadium, we see the energy of unity, a symbol of our strength, our passion, and our limitless potential. This is the Nigeria that works. A Nigeria where culture, history, and innovation come together.
We are showcasing history, arts, and culture, and we are rebuilding our nation. This is Nigeria, and this is working.
If there's no other takeaway that I'm sure we all have, is the fact that there are endless possibilities in various dimensions. Thank you so much to our last speaker, Dr. Kale. There's healthy banter online that you need to share that presentation, please. People are asking for the presentation to be shared. And on behalf of all economics students and graduates and management consultants like myself, I want to say thank you so much for making all that data available to us through your work at the MBS. Phenomenal, transformational work for our entire nation. Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Joe Abah, AKA, I have some faithful platformers here, but I don't know if he's going to go by his alternate persona here. So let's just stick with Dr. Abah, who is an internationally recognized expert in governance, institutional reforms, political economy analysis, and change management. Between the year 2013 and 2017, Dr. Abah served as the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms in the Nigerian presidency. Prior to this, he led transformative programs for the UK Department for International Development in Nigeria, such as the creation of the Abuja Enterprise Agency, which has empowered more than 73,000 Nigerians to start businesses, 90% of which are young people. Dr. Abah holds a PhD in governance and public policy analysis from Maastricht University, with certificates from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard and the London Business School. He is a visiting fellow of practice at Oxford University, where he joined the Blavatnik School of Government faculty in 2022, and as a visiting lecturer at Maastricht University. He is a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the solicitor of the Supreme Court of England and Wales. His topic for today is power shift. And for that, we would give him a powerful applause as he comes once again to the platform. You're welcome, sir.
Please be seated. I will need a clicker. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a presentation, and I'm waiting for the clicker so that I can quickly take us through it. Will someone put up my slide, please? Okay, great. Isn't Nigeria beautiful? Next slide, please. My sister has introduced Dr. Joe Abah, but Eze Moore will introduce himself. He is the mouthpiece of the gods, half man, half spirit, the wind that no trap can ensnare, the deity that you cannot worship with snaps and white fowl, but you can worship with pounds and dollars. And if my hero, mathematical Segun Odegbami, wants Nigeria to qualify for the World Cup, that will require an oil block. It's great to be back at the platform, and since the last time we were here, a number of things have changed. Our village now has a new leader, and he goes by the title Emilokon. His Lolo, his wife, and his queen is now known as Remi Lokon, which then means that the Crown Prince, Sheyi, will now be known as, I didn't say it, oh. Chaos is very easy to start. Next slide, please. And so, unlike others, I actually wasn't given a topic by Pastor Poju. He said the title is Rebuilding the Nation. And he asked me, what do you want to talk about? And so Ezemo went into the shrine and consulted the gods and said, this topic, is it doable, rebuilding the nation? Because it suggests that the nation was initially built. Was it? And the God said, of course. Haven't you read Achebe's book, There Was a Country? Yes, there was a country. And then if he says that the topic is rebuilding the nation, it means that something has gone wrong with that building that makes it necessary to have it rebuilt. Is that the case? And the gods said, go outside and touch grass. Or just stop any Nigerian on the street and ask them whether things are working the way they should. And the third element, of course, rebuilding the nation, suggests that the nation can indeed be rebuilt. What does that mean? It means that something may have been working before that we need to bring back to make work again. And so it's good to go back to the beginning. So at the beginning, there was quite a bit of agitation to make sure that Nigeria got independence. And some of our founding fathers came together to think about the kind of country we would want. So in 1960, we inherited an independent constitution that made the Queen of England the notional head of state. But our founding fathers came together to say, well, what kind of country do we want, and how do we want that country designed? And so what they did, I'm wondering where I'm pointing to, or is my village people? Okay. So, believe it or not, this was Nigeria in 1963. You can see the cars in a queue. Oh, let me shock you even further. This was Lagos in 1963. You can see the cars all in a row, the bikes and bicycles, the pedestrians, everything was organized. Some of our young people have never seen a working Nigeria. And they are very easy to seduce by the idea that it is under military rule that Nigeria works the best. Nothing is further from the truth. You can see Nigerians driving with decorum without any force, without any military, without anybody forcing them to do so. And so this is the nation that our founding fathers built, which this event is trying to get us to now rebuild. This was our 1963 Constitution, the Republican Constitution, it was known as. And very soon, very shortly, I'll tell you what the key elements of that Constitution is. Nigeria basically had initially 3 regions: northern region, western region, eastern region. And then with the 1963 Constitution, the Midwestern region was added. So we had 4 regions. But what was in that Constitution? It basically had a British-style parliamentary system of government, where everybody in the executive is a member of parliament, and then the president, the prime minister, is elected out of parliament. Believe it or not, each region had their own constitution. Okay. Each region had their own constitution. And the regions had power over the key issues like health, education, and local government. So there were some things that were put in an exclusive legislative list over which the federal government had authority. So about 45 things. Some of them are quite detailed, actually, like leather and things like that. But then it was mainly about monetary policy, defense, foreign affairs, currency, major economic policies were the things that the federal government was in charge of. Then the federal government and the regions had concurrent responsibility for a number of things, including arms and ammunition. So the regions could actually import arms and ammunition. They were responsible for internal security and policing. And so each region basically had its own police, unlike what we have now, where there's a unitary police force. Each region could do its own census and actually do that census truthfully, because it wasn't tied to any revenue sharing formula. So each region simply counted up how many people it had and used that for economic planning. Interestingly, the revenue allocation formula, the federal government only had 20%. 80% of the rest of the revenue was shared among the regions. Now, as we are aware, the unfortunate incidents of 1966 happened. There was a military coup which ushered in some 30 years or so of military rule in Nigeria. To my mind, it is the greatest tragedy that ever befell our nation. Between 1954 and 1964, the eastern region of Nigeria, according to Harvard Business Review, was the fastest growing economy in the world. The western region had already entrenched free education. The northern region was feeding the whole country and exporting pyramids of granules and other agricultural products. The military could not work with regions because the military mindset is one of command and control, and everything needs to be unitary. And so they took away all the powers that the regions had and broke up the country into 12 states, each with military administrators, all reporting upwards to a supreme military council that controlled everything. That did away with the innovation, with the healthy competition among regions, with enterprise, with ideas. The mantra became obey before complain. And you were not allowed to think. You were basically asked to follow orders or else. Was based on this mindset, this unitary mindset, that everything needed to be controlled, the regions needed to be done away with. By 1967, the military had created 12 states. With the 1979 Constitution, it had gone up to 19 states, which you can see on the projector now. People then competed for elections, and it brought in President Shehu Shagari and 19 state governors. But by that time, we had lost something crucial. That constitution introduced an American-style presidential system of government, which, if you think about it, actually works quite well with military mindsets. The show of power, the convoy, the largesse. I remember when I was Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, and I once complained that my office was too large. And it didn't make a lot of sense when a number of my staff had nowhere to sit. I was very quickly reminded that the office was not my own. It was the office of the Director General. And that office needed to project the power that the federal government has whenever there's any foreign visitor. And so this constitution carried on the move away from the regional structure and, like I said, created 19 states and designated Abuja as the new federal capital territory. That was also the constitution that started the naming of states and local governments in the Constitution. The effect of that is that to create any new states or create any new local government or change anything in that regard, you needed to amend the Constitution. To amend the Constitution, you need 2/3 of all the states to agree, and then 2/3 of the National Assembly to also agree. So it basically made it impossible to create new states or new local governments without a change of the Constitution. The exclusive legislative lists grew from 45 in 1963 to 66 in 1979. By that, I mean that the things that only the federal government had control on grew from 45 items to 66 items in the 1979 Constitution. Importantly, the sharing formula for revenue changed dramatically. So before it was 20% to the federal government, 80% to the regions. From 1979, it was 55% to the federal, 26.5% to the 19 states, 10% for local governments, and 8.5% for what they termed special projects, which is basically anything they want to do. Comparing the 1963 to the 1979 Constitution, 16 things actually moved from the concurrent list to the exclusive list. So the concurrent list is those things that both the federal and the states can legislate upon. And so from the 1979 Constitution, 16 items that both the federal and the regions could legislate on now became exclusively the right of the federal government to legislate on. This included policing. And so this did away with regional policing and created one unitary police force. To my knowledge, we are perhaps the only federation in the world that has a unitary police force. Higher education, arms and ammunition became purely federal. Issues of bankruptcy, prisons, labor, census, which used to be able to be done by both the regions and the federal, fingerprints on IDs, registration of business names became purely federal, traffic on federal trunk roads, promotion of tourist traffic, and regulation of the professions. As we all know, after 1979, we had another military incursion, which again lasted until 1999 when we went back into democratic rule. The 1999 Constitution is actually not very different from the 1979 Constitution, and we'll talk about that a bit. But you can now see that we now have 36 states, which we still have till today. The seat of power had moved to Abuja by that time. And the highlights of the 1999 Constitution is that it continued this American-style presidential system of government, which is expensive, which is a winner-takes-all arrangement. We moved from 19 states to 36, and the 1999 Constitution again named all the 36 states and 774 local government areas with Abuja as the federal capital territory. So again, regardless of the agitation for states, you cannot create any new states, you cannot merge or add any new local governments without going to change the entire constitution. The exclusive legislative list went up by 2 So 45 in 1963, 66 in 1979, 68 in 1999. The revenue allocation formula remained with a majority for the federal government, 52.68%. The 36 states were to share 26%, and the 774 local governments were to share 20.60%. What was then the difference between the 1979 and the 1999 Constitution? Well, in the 1979 Constitution, electoral laws were still in the concurrent list. So both states and federal could make electoral laws. From 1999, only the federal government can deal with issues of electoral laws. The 1979 Constitution included electric power in the concurrent legislative list. So both state and federal could legislate on electricity. The 1999 Constitution initially placed regulation of electricity on the exclusive legislative list, but subsequent recent amendments now mean that states can also now regulate electricity within their own territories. Now, I've taken you quickly through the evolution of our constitutions. There are a couple of other constitutions which I didn't mention because they were never really passed. But I've taken you through this evolution because, number one, the Constitution is our ground norm, is our highest authority, and it is what determines the rules of the game and how the game should be played. But what is at the heart of a constitution? What should a constitution really be? Well, according to James Madison, the fourth US president, the aim of every political constitution is, or ought to be, first, to obtain for rulers men who possess most wisdom to discern and most virtue to pursue the common good of society. So men and women who possess most wisdom to discern and most virtue to pursue the common good of society is what Madison is saying should be first the aim of every constitution. And after that, in the next place, to take the most effectual precautions for keeping them virtuous. So keeping these men and women virtuous while they continue to hold their public trust. So Madison is saying, first, ensure that the constitution you write produces rulers who must possess the most wisdom to discern and the most virtue to pursue the common good of society. And once you've done that, put in place precautions to keep them virtuous while they continue to hold their public trust. And so it is left to all of us to determine whether the two constitutions we've had after 1963 would pass these tests. The British philosopher Joshua Tolman Smith is not a fan of centralization because that's what has happened. Everything kept getting centralized with the federal government having more authority than everyone else. And Tolman is saying that centralization is that system of government under which the smallest number of minds, or rather people with the smallest minds, and those knowing the least, and having the fewest opportunities of knowing it, and having the smallest interest in the well-working, have the management of it or the control of it. So he's saying that centralization means the system of government where the people with the smallest minds, those who know the least, and they don't only know the least, they have the fewest opportunities of knowing more. And worst of all, they have the smallest interest in making the system work well, but are the ones that have the management or control over that system of government is what he terms centralization. We don't judge. We leave you to do so. Whether what we have meets the criteria set out by James Madison or Joshua Tolman Smith. What happens when you over-centralize? And this might be a bit too small for you to see, and I apologize for that. What happens is that you have a youth majority that have never experienced a Nigeria that works. And they see coups all around West Africa and are seduced by it. And you can't blame them because democracy in Africa has hardly delivered the basics. And by the basics, we mean rule of law, we mean food, we mean security, we mean a decent education, we mean decent health care, we mean opportunities for all, a level playing field where women can compete, the young people are not discriminated against, the elderly are not discriminated against. Democracy in Africa has simply not delivered these public goods. And so, when you are born into an era where you've never seen a functioning system, it is very, very easy to be seduced by the concept of military rule. But I hope that in taking you through the journey of the constitutions that we've had, you can see that nothing damaged our progress as much as military rule did. Some young people will even tell you, oh, but what we really need is a benevolent dictator. Africa doesn't produce them. We don't, except for very few. We tend not to produce benevolent dictators. Now, while each of the regions that we had focused their economy on their competitive advantage and how they could grow the economies of their regions, grow the human capital of their regions through things like free education and free healthcare and things like that, this move to centralization instead removed any thought of entrepreneurship, any thought of production, any thought of competition. It became, how do we share what we have? And we then built a culture that I refer to as the uniformity of mediocrity. So long as we are sharing, no matter how bad it is, so long as we are sharing, we are happy to share our misery in 36 ways. Because of all of this over-centralization and the government having all of this money and all of this power, the state governments and the local governments escape accountability. Everything is the fault of the president. Everything is the fault of the federal government. We must wait for the federal government to come and solve every single problem that we have. Which is not unreasonable, given that they control more than half of all of our resources. And they have all of this power that they've reserved for themselves. We now have a unitary police that is corrupt, ineffective, and anti-people. And you hear Nigerians talk about, oh, we don't want state police. Because if we have state police, governors will abuse them. Excuse me. What is happening now? What is happening now? It is not even governors abusing the unitary police. Even individuals are able to abuse the unitary police. Somebody owes you money. You go and arrest them and lock them up. How does that work? My wife and I were at a party, at an event on, I think it was Saturday. And I was going to, and I said she should be doing that in our bedroom. Sorry, Pastor, I didn't mean to say that. We have a security architecture in which subnational governments have responsibility without authority. So we have state governors that are so-called chief security officers of the state, but the security personnel take their orders from Abuja. We have a federal government with so much resources at its disposal that it can afford to waste it and continue to waste it. So in 2012, the federal government set up an Orosanye committee which submitted its report saying that the number of federal agencies was 541. As at the 2025 budget, we have in excess of 1,500 agencies. And don't forget that the Orosanye report was meant to reduce the number of agencies. And so between 2012 and 2025, we have instead trebled the number of agencies we have. And we can only do that because the federal government clearly has money that it doesn't need. Or, if it doesn't have it, it is borrowing money to fund a wasteful lifestyle. Of course, local government has been totally emasculated. We have a private sector that depends largely on federal patronage at its highest echelons. We have legislators that take the most money of any legislators in the world. You will note that I did not say earn. They take the most money of any legislator anywhere in the world, and they do it because they can. They have the power of appropriation. They do it regardless of the revenue mobilization and fiscal allocation laws that say that their salary is 1 million naira per month. All of this over-centralization then creates feelings of marginalization. It fuels ethnic tensions. And you'll even have some parts of the country start to agitate that we want to secede. This arrangement is not making sense to us. We want to secede and go set up our own arrangement. That is also a consequence of the over-centralization. When we had the regions, there was no talk of secession. Like I said, it encourages a lack of innovation, discourages healthy competition and challenge. We have done something interesting recently. We have created regional development commissions in 6 geopolitical zones. They are federal government agencies that are supposed to develop the regions. Having created them since 2024, they have not received 1 kobo in funding. And so people are just there earning salaries, doing no work. And so you start to wonder whether this was merely a political gimmick or if it was indeed a genuine attempt to start to go back to zonal or regional working. And what all of this has done is create a certain powerlessness in the citizen. Because the citizen looks at all of these issues and says, okay, we need a new constitution. Where are we going to get it from? Because it's the National Assembly that needs to do it. Will the National Assembly do it? No. Because they are enjoying the fruits of the dysfunction. And so what the citizen does instead is start to hope that a Messiah would arrive with a magic wand that will solve all the problems at a go. And so for every election, we're always hoping that this one is the one where the Messiah will come and solve all our problems. And it's important to focus on elections. But as the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau once said, before examining the act by which a nation elects a king, it will be proper to examine the act by which a nation becomes a nation. For this act, being necessarily anterior to the other, is the real foundation of society. So you can keep hoping that, oh, it's going to be in the 2027 elections, or it will be in the 2031 elections. But unless you examine the act by which you became a nation, you have not addressed the foundational issues as to why the system you have is not working. So, what do we then, yes. So, what do we then recommend? Oh, sorry, I lost myself for a minute. What do the gods recommend? The gods recommend a return to a decentralized structure with strong regions and a small center. A return to a revenue-sharing formula where the federal government only has 20 to 30% share and the regions have 70 to 80% share. We need to enact a new constitution that mirrors the arrangements in the 1963 constitution where we have powerful regions and a small center. But the gods recommend that we do that with the 6 geopolitical zones, which we all know and respect, but is actually not written down anywhere in our constitution. So the military recognized 6 geopolitical zones. It's actually not anywhere in our constitution. But if you look at our laws, look at issues of appointments, you'll often say, oh, the members of this board must come from, there must be a representative from each of the 6 geopolitical zones. So we know it in our minds that the country is actually 6 geopolitical zones. And so the recommendation is that rather than go to the 3 or 4 regions, let's use the 6 geopolitical zones that are, recognized and contiguous and base our new arrangements on that. The zones should have their own constitutions, and within that, functions such as policing and census should be within the remit of each of the geopolitical zones. And each zone should decide the number of local governments that they want and can afford to have. We have a nonsensical situation at the moment where certain states have proportionally larger number of local governments than others, and the money, the revenue is shared according to the number of local governments you have. Not according to what you produce, not according to what you contribute to the economy. The census is also a factor in revenue sharing, and that is why, again, our censuses are wildly difficult to rely upon, because everybody knows that the more you can inflate the number of people that you have, the more resources will flow to your state. That we need to change. Please go back. Some would ask, but can't we do it with constitutional amendments? My answer is no. You need a new constitution. If someone has given you rags, if it tears today, you can patch it here, but it will tear again tomorrow. The integrity of it is weakened already, and those rags will never become a brand new piece of clothing, and it will never last longer than a rag can last. Indeed, the warning would be that if you don't change those rags, one day you would have to walk naked. The second lesson is that the Messiah actually came 2,000 years ago. We don't know when he's coming back. We know right now that he's not among us. I hear that some people went to wait for rapture somewhere. He is not yet among us. And so it's not going to happen anytime soon. No, I take that back. When it will happen, nobody knows. Now, when you go and watch a play, and the script for that play is a tragedy, even the best actor cannot turn it into a comedy. If the script is a tragedy, it will always be played out as a tragedy. If you get the best actor with the best, the highest number of awards, they cannot turn that script into a comedy. The problem we have, according to the gods, is the script. As Achebe has said, there's nothing wrong with us. What we have is a play based on a wrong script, which we need to change. If we don't change that script, we risk losing the audience entirely. Finally,
another round of applause, please, for Dr. Abah, for Ezemo, We have heard it all, fellow villagers. Now let's go and do. Before we get to our final speaker for today, before we go into the Q&A, which comes up right after, let me just reiterate the fact that you can join the conversation by asking questions. So those of us who are sending or asking questions on YouTube, we see you. Please go to bit.ly/theplatformng65. bit.ly/theplatformng65 to drop your questions. And now for our concluding speaker, we have the honor of listening to Her Excellency, who will be speaking for 20 minutes and will go into a 20-minute chat right after. She's none other but Her Excellency Atifete Jahjaga. Please go ahead. I would always pause. Even if I have one applauder, I will pause in respect of your appreciation. Thank you. She is a Kosovo-Albanian politician and trailblazer who served as the president of Kosovo from 2011 to 2016, while making history as the first female president of Kosovo, the first... Keep it going, keep it going. The first non-partisan candidate to hold the office, and wait for it, the youngest female head of state elected to the position at the age of 36. Her remarkable career began with the establishment of Kosovo Police in the year 2000, where she rose to become Deputy General Director, holding the rank of General Lieutenant Colonel, the highest rank achieved by a female officer in Southeastern Europe. President Jahjaga graduated from the Faculty of Law at the University of Pristina and holds postgraduate certificates in police management and crime science from universities in the UK and the USA. She has completed professional programs at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies and the FBI National Academy. Fluent in Albanian, English, and Serbian, she's married to Astrid Kuchi and resides in Pristina. Her Excellency, once again, will speak for 20 minutes and would have an opportunity to chat with her for the next 20 minutes. Please join me as we welcome Her Excellency Atifete Jahjaga to the platform, Nigeria.
Wow. Good afternoon. First of all, happy Independence Day. I'm sorry I didn't wear nothing in green, but I'm green inside my heart. Well, Pastor Poju Oyemade, Dr. Yemi Kale, Mr. Segun Odegbami, Mr. Ndidi Nwuneli, Mr. Leke Alder, Dr. Joe Abah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, it is such a privilege and a great pleasure to be here in Nigeria. What a country, what an incredible nation. Thank you very much for welcoming me and inviting me to be a part of this conversation. I would like to thank the organizers, Pastor Oyemade, for the work that they do and for their contribution for fostering a timely and important dialogue. I would like to start by saying how much I admire the resilience and energy of people of Nigeria, of you. A country that is not just stunningly beautiful, but also proud of its rich heritage, which draws strength from its diversity. From arts to food to modern technologies, you have left a deep mark in the world's tapestry of beauty. And Nigeria's contribution to the continent and in the world are highly recognized and deeply appreciated. In fact, I believe that Nigeria has many lessons to give to other countries and I'm humbled to come here and share the special story of my country's birth and growth, the Republic of Kosovo. When I think of Kosovo, I'm often reminded of a beautiful way that one of your amazing contributions to the world, the writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, described Nigeria, her country. She said, "Nigeria is a country of stories. Everywhere you turn, there is a drama, humor, tragedy, beauty. It is impossible not to be inspired." And that is exactly how I feel about my own country, Kosovo. So, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as someone whose past was shaped by the wars at the end of the 20th century, the very last of which in Kosovo touched me, my family, my country, directly and painfully. I will start with some historical context, for in today's world, context is everything. From the end of the World War II through the late 1980s, Kosovo was a part of Yugoslavia, a multi-ethnic socialist federation of lands long ruled on resisting the empires to its west and east. Though Yugoslavia was supposed to be a country of equals, Kosovo was often at the receiving end of brutal campaigns that sought to punish those that demanded equal rights and treatment. It was only allowed the basic right to higher education in the early 1970s, and it was the most economically backward part of the federation due to the lack of investment, often at the receiving end of repressive and discriminatory policies. When Yugoslavia began to turn apart by Serbian nationalism in the beginning of 1990, Kosovo, along with other republics, demanded that the will of its people to be an independent country, had not a subjugated province, be respected. Those peaceful demands occurring as the Berlin Wall had fell and Cold War ended were very much inspired by the winds of the democratic change occurring in Eastern Europe as the chain of the communism and authoritarianism were coming off. What followed were bloody crackdowns, initially in Kosovo and then in Croatia and in Bosnia, only to circle back for the final and brutal face-off in Kosovo. For the most of 1998 and 1999, the Serbian repression reached its peak in Kosovo as the daily killing of civilians became a norm and campaign of ethnic cleansing emptied out Kosovo in less than 2 months. For the purpose of the ethnic cleansing, nearly 1 million refugees were pushed out of the country. An effort by Serbia to also destabilize Macedonia and Albania. Inside Kosovo, Serbian forces in door-to-door operations rounded up Albanian men of all ages to summarily execute them. Families were separated. Many women were raped in an effort to not only dehumanize them, but to use this horrendous crime as a tool of war, a weapon to further terrorize the civilian population. It was indeed a horrific picture, one that the world was embarking on the 21st century with hope of embrace of democratic values was not permitted to tolerate. Innocent civilians were being slaughtered. Little did it matter what the end game was, but the use of force for the purpose of ending this incredible suffering became unavoidable. As columns of refugees and terrorized civilians were televised around the world, just shortly after similar horrific events took place in Rwanda and then again in nearby Bosnia, a big question hung above the international organizations that had voted to end this type of suffering, to never tolerate an extermination of people due to an ideology or belief of superiority. Equipped with the lessons of past and these tragedies still fresh in everyone's mind, the Western world decided to act in defense of its fundamental values to prevent another genocide in a doorstep of the European Union. War was not their choice, but after a decade of sanctions and pleas, diplomacy and negotiations, a military intervention by NATO became a necessity. Surely, this was not a light decision to make in a world where nation-state is the center of all laws and the conventions. But what good were conventions and laws if they failed to protect the people from their own respective state? After the humanitarian intervention of NATO to end this episode of wars in Balkans was completely successfully, Serbian forces finally withdrew from Kosovo, and Kosovo became a United Nations protectorate. Countries around the world committed ground troops, including this country, to consolidate the hard-won peace in Kosovo and to create conditions to guide Kosovo towards building its so much hard-won democracy. About 1 million of refugees returned to their homes in the days following the end of the war, the fastest return of refugees to date. Almost all found their homes turned into rubbles, their extended families scattered in mass graves, their sons gone, their husbands missing. There were tears, and there was anger. Rebuilding the physical damage and the emotional wreckage that the war had caused took time and took patience by all of us. Amid competing priorities and our strong push for independence, we had to lay a sound foundation of democratic institutions, of a free market economy. We, together with our international partners, had to transition Kosovo from a war to a peace, from authoritarianism to democracy, from state-controlled economy to capitalism. All this in climate of political limbo, where Kosovo was neither a state, as its Albanian majority demanded, nor a province, as Serbia claimed. Kosovo has made a great stride since 1999, my dear friends, but progress in Western Balkan region remains still quite fragile. So, dear friends, at the end of the conflict, we were faced with the stark choices. Where do you pick up? Where do you really start? Our entrepreneurial spirit told us we had to rebuild and to develop. Our emotions leaned on remembrance, and our vision for a free and democratic Kosovo guided our political actions. Above all, we wanted to ensure that we build the foundation for society that includes each and every one. For fair and inclusivity, to never have a place in the hearts of people of Kosovo. We had resisted exclusion and violence, and we did not want to allow the tragedies of the past to be repeated towards anyone living in our country. My generation, my dear friends, was shaped by war, but we were not going to let that define us. We also needed to build a brighter future for ourselves and those that come after us. Overcoming the individual and collective pain took perseverance and commitment from everyone. The Kosovo citizens and our international partners, friends, and allies. For me, the commitment meant joining the Kosovo police, we heard earlier. I had the honor of serving there and rose through the rank of becoming the first 5-star woman general in the entire region and by age in the entire world. I would like to underline here the importance of women in society and in peace building. Women in the police, as well as in other security institutions, have broken taboos that once claimed security was the exclusive responsibility of men. It was the participation of women in the security sector and the security structure that played a crucial role in building a society where every citizen takes responsibility and contributes to strengthening the rule of law. Inclusivity was key. Tearing down social norms that were held as absolute truth was just as important and crucial to building that sustainability. Through their perspective and their commitment, women have placed themselves at the very heart of protecting citizens, defending marginalized groups, fighting corruption and organized crime, and shaping a just society for everyone. They have faced professional risks as well as social challenges. I know very well on my own skin, and they have overcome them with determination and with a bold success. Across the world, there are countless examples of women who have contributed to the peace and security. And I am proud to say that the women of Kosovo stand among these examples, offering their own concrete proof of what women can achieve. And they can achieve, we can achieve absolutely everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, in 2011, at the age of 35, I was elected the President of the Republic of Kosovo. It was the greatest honor in my life. I became the first female head of state in the entire region of the southeastern part of Europe, and by age, the youngest democratically head of state today. My mission to guide my country through a difficult time was both challenging but at the same time rewarding, and I gave my best to really succeed. My focus as the president was always to respect and include all communities, especially those that are forgotten, suffering, or whose voices we did not hear so far. Among the many things I am proud of two clearly stand out. Lifting up and over 20,000 survivors of the war rape time who were stigmatized and ostracized, and for advocating for building bridges with minorities who considered Kosovo their home. It was a pledge we made to ourselves when, along with our international partners, we declared Kosovo an independent state. We promised to end the cycle of hatred that had consumed far too many generations. So, my dear friends, as you may all know, it is not easy to turn a page, but for that we found some larger than life inspirations coming from this continent. The focus would be on the future, without forgetting the past and while recognizing where we come from. But once my term ended back in 2016, I asked myself, what's next? Because I retired twice in my life, once as a 5-star general and second as a head of state with my 40 years of age. Life goes on, and the good thing about democracy is that it moves in cycles. So rather than deciding first what to do, I first reminded myself of what made me initially join the Kosovo police. That initial drive, my dear friends, is still with me even today. For me, the answer was simple: service. Service to my country. Service to ideals of peace, equality, and progress for all, in particular, regardless of ethnicity, origin, race, gender, or political opinion. And that is why I founded the Jahjaga Foundation, an NGO that is helping women and men of all ethnic groups in Kosovo. And we are working for social inclusion, for ethnic and regional reconciliation, as well as for sustainable peace. So, my dear friends, one key component of the success of the country is the health of its democracy. It is unfortunately commonplace to associate democracy simply with election cycles. In reality, democracy goes way beyond elections. It is a system in which rule of law prevails, in which everyone is equal, and in which it is the people who actually are in charge. A system with separation of powers, protection of rights and freedoms, pluralism, civic participation, accountability, and beyond everything, transparency. No wonder that democracy is sometimes nominal. In fact, we need to work actively in bringing citizens closer to decision-making, thus truly creating functioning democracies. And we are witnessing a democratic backsliding, my dear friends, in many parts of the world. And this is a concern that we ought to address. Instead of allowing to become an inspiration for the rise of autocratic leaders who have a tendency to capture institutions and to ruin the progress made, this is crucial for our collective peace and security. So, my dear friends, I am well aware that changes are easier said than actually done. But we need to be bold enough to adapt to changing time, to show readiness and commitment. We ought to aim to create institutions that are independent and ensure checks and balances. Institutions that are resistant to extremist ideologies that are on the rise throughout the world. institutions that are guarantors of civic rights and civic liberties. And once we achieve this, we can say that we have seen democracy at work. But until then, we must not get discouraged, and we must never give up. Or even worse, open way to populist and nationalist ideologies that are ready to exploit the emotions of our citizens with promises that are impossible to be kept and risk regional peace and stability processes no matter where we are. Achieving all this requires a joint effort, requires active participation at all levels of our societies, including women in the decisions and ensuring the voices of all communities and underrepresented groups are taken into account. Their voices must not be an afterthought. Change cannot rely and solely on the goodwill of male politicians. Sorry for the men in this room. We need everyone, women and men, working together for a more democratic, resilient, and inclusive future for every country. So, my dear ladies and gentlemen, as a woman leader, I know that the path forward is often filled with obstacles. But those obstacles do not exist because of the lack of talent or the lack of the willpower. They exist because society has not always treated everyone equally. These successes, where we celebrate today, is built upon centuries of struggle by men and by women, and communities who never give up. And today, we continue that fight to ensure that everyone is treated equally. We cannot ignore the grim reality around the world. The 21st century of promise is also a century of increasing dangers and conflicts. While governments can do and should do more to respond to the needs of their citizens, of our citizens, but also to the global peace and to the security. We should never forget that peace is not merely the absence of war. It is the presence of justice. And one way, add to equality and understanding. I am therefore proud to join you all today and to encourage each and every one of you to continue your struggle, to continue our struggle for equality and for understanding. Despite the fact that the future seems grim at the moment, I am an optimist that we will manage to navigate all the currents that have been disrupting our normal flow so far. Yes, there will be resistance. There will be a backlash by those bent on quick gains and polarization. But we shall not get discouraged because the fight for democracy will always place us in the right side of the history. And I am telling you out of my own example. Even if the path ahead feels uncertain, I believe we can and will overcome the forces that threaten our peace and threaten our progress. I will, my dear friends, stand with those always who share the values of freedom, peace, equality, progress, and understanding. And I invite each and every one of you to do the same. Long live Nigeria, long live Kosovo. Thank you.
I'll ask for us to sit down for our question time. All right, man. So we'll be taking questions. You may all be seated. First of all, let's put our hands again together for Her Excellency for a very encouraging words of wisdom. All right, President, Kosovo's journey from conflict to statehood has been both challenging and inspiring. Looking back, what were the most critical ingredients in building a new nation, politically, economically, and socially, that other emerging states or reforming nations could learn from?
Your Excellency, thank you very much. I would like also again to thank you for a very warm welcome and to thank the audience for a patient of, I think, over 40 minutes speech. That is not very easy to sit and listen. Well, as I mentioned earlier, Pastor, 26 years ago, we have inherited a country which has been totally destroyed, not only from the human side of it, but also from the infrastructure point of view. A country that left behind over tens of thousands of people killed and massacred. Still, till today's day, we have over 1,600 people missing in different massive graves within the territory of Kosovo and the territory of Serbia, from a newly born child and all the way down to the 80 years old man. At the same time, facing with a denial from our northern neighbor of Serbia to cooperate neither with institutions of Kosovo or the international community to share the maps, statistics, and data where the remains of our loved ones are. A country which left behind an estimated number of 20,000 women and men raped during the wartime, where rape has been used as a tool of war. I met personally a mother that she was raped together with her 3 daughters. She was in her early 40s. Her youngest daughter was 7 years old, middle daughter 13 years old, and the oldest daughter 17 years old. And I met family members that has found nothing when they came back to Kosovo. And so the question for all of us was that where we start and how we start. Shall we rebuild the whole of the houses which were totally destroyed and burned to ashes? Shall we build the streets? Shall we rebuild our economy? Shall we build our institution? And so Kosovo has been and continues to be, Your Excellency, one of the greatest success story of the partnership and alliance between the international community and the institutions of Kosovo, because while the NATO was protecting the borders of Kosovo, we were able to start building everything from scratch, starting from the institutions. In purpose, I mentioned that I come from the uniform side of it. And maybe somebody in audience would like to ask how I end up as a very young graduated lawyer, end up in the police organization. Actually, I entered there for two sole purposes. First one was to help establishing an institution from zero, which was an institution that once we feared, once every time we've seen during the wartime and before the war, we not only have seen the uniform which is there to rescue you, to service you, to protect you, but every time we've seen the uniform in the street, it was that we've seen beating, we've seen killing, and we've seen the imprisonment. And I wanted to join the police organization to contribute on changing the mindset of that organization, that institution is there to serve to the people of our country. Despite you belong to the 90% of the Kosovo Albanian or 10% of other minority communities. And we start to build everything from scratch, starting from our constitution and all the way down to holding free and democratic process of the elections. And Kosovo was never alone in this process because we had huge support by the international community in every process of the transition and transformation. And that was between 1999, 12th of June of 1999, when the war has been ended, till 2008, when Kosovo has declared its independence. And so everything what you see today in Kosovo was built or rebuilt immediately after the end of the war.
Thank you very much. Second question I'm going to ask. All right, this is on leadership and governance. And in the early years of Kosovo's independence, leadership and institution building, like you said, were under enormous pressure. From your experience, what strategies were most effective in creating legitimacy and functionality in government?
Well, first of all, Your Excellency, I mentioned also in my remarks about the right timing to act. Many years ago, I have asked a very good friend of mine, which used to be also my mentor, God bless her soul, Secretary Albright. I asked her, why did you act the way that you acted for the first time in the history of the NATO existence, for the humanitarian intervention to stop the genocide and the ethnic cleansing in Kosovo? And her answer was very simple. The history would not be able to forgive us. And actually, if the international community didn't act the time that it acted, I believe that the history wouldn't forgive them. Because it happened in Rwanda, it did happen in our doorstep in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we were in the doorstep of the European Union. And if they didn't act the way that they have acted, I wouldn't be a living human being today with you, Pastor, having this wonderful conversation. So the first lesson was the timing, the right timing to act. And that applies mostly by the international community because they hold a lot of responsibility. They cannot say that it's somebody else's problem because at the end of the day, it becomes their problem. So it's better to act sooner than it would be to wait too late. And so we are where we are today because of the level of the unity and speaking in one voice, the international community, when it was a question of intervening in Kosovo for stopping the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. Second, the lessons were the partnership between the international community and that time provisional institutions of Kosovo, and later on the institutions of Kosovo, because it's not about copy and paste. You need to adapt to the needs and requirement of every country and every culture. And why Kosovo today is still being considered one of the best success stories of the international community intervention was because the institutions of Kosovo were from the very beginning advised, consulted, and taken upon in the process of the state building. We might be so much apart from here to our country geographically, but even in our close neighborhood in the southeastern part of the Europe, you cannot take something, no matter how effective can be, in a very close neighborhood and just paste it in your country, because there are some nuances that simply does not function. I have a very silly example to say that everywhere in the world, yes means like this and no means like that. In Bulgaria and in our neighboring country in Albania, yes means like this and no means like that. So you need to adapt to the culture context many of issues. And the third is about the ownership. Why, again, Kosovo was the best success story and the best lessons learned. I had a lot of arguments with many of the international interlocutors and the partners. Every time that was quoted, that Kosovo is the best success story of the international community. My question was, because of what? It's because of us. No, actually, it is because of the people. Why I say that? Because not every change is easy. Even for good, it's in the nature of a human being initially to resist that and to have the hesitation of adopting and making that a part of the normal norm. But people of Kosovo deserve the biggest credit and the honor for where we are today, being a post-war, post-conflict, a country for over 20 years of the transition, but still a country which is in a very clear pipeline for the Euro-Atlantic integration, for the membership of the European Union and NATO integration, because the people were open to these changes. By nature, Kosovan people are very resilient, and I've seen among Nigerians as well. And that is a national treasure that every country and every leader should use that in advantage of moving certain processes ahead. And so other lessons learned, and a third lesson learned for us was the resilience of our people and being open for the changes to take it. And I many times ask them, especially the refugees that were coming back, I was like, why you are coming back? You don't have even a place where to stay. It's okay, ma'am. We will put a plastic tent in our garden and we will start brick by brick building our home and building our country. So that's the way that we started.
All right, the final question I'm going to take. Now, there's forward-looking lessons for others. As new and fragile states around the world work to build stability and prosperity, what are the top lessons from Kosovo's nation-building journey that you believe are most relevant today?
Your Excellency, on this one, I would be very short and straight to the point. And we had this exchange also with His Excellency, the Governor General, during the meeting yesterday. It hurts to me as woman leaders, as the former head of state, that time as the head of state, that countries and the leaders around the world have a tendency to be quite selfish in many of the things and choose more of the exclusive policy rather than inclusive policy when dealing with the others. Into the world that we are living today is not about your geographical position, is not how big you are, how rich you are, or where you are. At the end of the day, all of us, we are facing with the same challenges. Do I sit inside almost in the heart of the Europe? Are you in the heart of the Nigeria, or in America, or in Australia, or elsewhere? Each and every one with a level of technology today, we are facing with exact same challenges. The key to our success would be that don't exclude anyone, but include each and every one. Cooperate and collaborate, because at the end of the day, it's about how we serve bestly to our citizens.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's been wonderful having you here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, it was my pleasure, and thank you very much. And thank you for a very warm welcome in Nigeria.
Let's put our hands together, Shi.
Another round of applause while we set up for the panel discussion. Thank you so much, Her Excellency, and Your Excellency, Pastor Poju. I just had to. So I'd invite all the speakers to please grant us one more opportunity to interact with them as we have you all come up on stage to join the panel discussion, which will be anchored by Dr. Soji Akinyele.
Of resilience, of progress. Across Abeokuta and Lagos, the railway stations connect lives and dreams. With modern facilities, easy ticketing, and smooth transport, they open doors to opportunity, efficiency, and progress. At the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library in Abeokuta, history meets innovation. Its beautiful structure and rich interior preserve the lessons of yesterday while inspiring leaders of tomorrow. Olumo Rock stands tall, a reminder of our strength, endurance, and unshakable spirit of the Nigerian people. At the stadium, we see the energy of unity, a symbol of our strength, our passion, and our limitless potential. This is the Nigeria that works. A Nigeria where culture, history, and innovation come together.
We are showcasing history, art, and culture, and we are rebuilding our nation. This is Nigeria, and this is working.
Aside from volunteering to transition into, influencing Nigeria's global image.
Thank you so much. And it's really an honor. Thank you so much, and it's really an honor to be on this platform. But next time we have to have more women.
Agreed.
so I'm not holding the fort for my sisters, who are all amazing out there. I would say that for a young lawyer, I shared some data on our presence on social media, our presence in the AI space, our presence in Wiki, and I would really love to see a lot of legal content coming out of Nigeria that can shape the world. I think we heard some of that from Dr. Joe Abah today. Even our constitution and how it's evolved, the gaps in the constitution, the opportunities for development. But beyond that, business law is quite interesting, and I take an example from Professor Fabian Ajogu, SAN. He publishes a book at least once a year, if not more, because he sees that gap in content and legal knowledge, excellence coming from our context. So I would say please write, please put your thoughts out there in the public domain, and also get involved even from the context of serving on nonprofit boards, serving on for-profit boards where you can, because we do need governance and legal expertise, but we also need the rule of law entrenched in many of our institutions as they grow. So those would be my very early entry points, and I'd say stay in touch. Follow, I can engage with this young person via LinkedIn. Also, please get involved in Leap Africa. That's one of the gifts to the world, and Dr. Joe Abah is a proud board member, and I'm a proud founder, and Leap would love to work with more young people who care about this nation.
Thank you. That's very useful. So you can follow Dr. Ndidi Nwuneli on her LinkedIn profile. Just search for her there and follow her or connect with her on LinkedIn. Since you've tagged Dr. Joe Abah, so I'll just go straight to him. Dr. Abah, or should I say Ezemo? I think this one is one for the gods. It says, so you've literally explained that to adjust, the state structure, you need 2/3 majority across the states and also at the National Assembly. And, from your submissions, that's near impossible. Are you saying there's no other way? So, for instance, this question is, how do citizens, request a constitution transformation, and how do we, hold state and local governments accountable? Is there another way?
It's a very good question. Thanks very much, and thanks again for the opportunity. As they say, turkeys don't vote for Christmas. So expecting that our National Assembly would be the ones that will put this into motion is not going to happen. There are a number of ways in which it can be done. It can be made a pre-election issue. And so if we're going to vote for you in 2027 or 2031, this is what you must do. And we can have that commitment across all the leading candidates. Same way as we had the commitment to remove fuel subsidy across all the three main candidates. So that is one possibility. There's, of course, always civil society that, again, can demand that this is what we want to see, and this is what is important to us. Thirdly, is the role of the professions. And so the question to Ndidi, for instance, was about how a young lawyer could participate. I see no reason why the Nigerian Bar Association could not put up a draft constitution and put it into the public space. Because we have elite professions. There's the law, there's accountants, there's the engineers. These are supposed to be professions that are at the vanguard of thinking. And that's why when you're admitted, medicine, of course, that's why when you're admitted into those professions, you're admitted on both character and learning, because you should be able to use your knowledge to advance the interests of society beyond just practicing the profession. So there's no reason why the professions cannot come together and draft a new constitution, put it into the public domain, and find a legislator who can maybe sponsor it as a private member's bill. Of course, a serious president can also do this. So President Jonathan put in place a national conference. President Obasanjo pretended to put in place a constitutional conference. It didn't go anywhere. President Jonathan put in place a national conference in 2014, which actually came up with a number of very useful recommendations, except, of course, that the weird thing was that it then recommended creation of additional states. I think it recommended about 58 states, apart from the, to complement the 36 that so, but unfortunately, he did it a year before a re-election. And so when I remember going to see President Buhari when he first came into office, all of us that were in government had to go and brief him about our work. And he said very clearly, I'll never read that document. And we said, okay, why? And he said, oh, it was developed when students were on strike. This was on strike, that was on strike, so I'll never read it. Okay. Can you do your own? Since you don't like that one, at least do your own. So it is possible that a serious president can actually start that national dialogue, which would birth a new constitution.
I see. Thank you very much. Very useful. So a private member's bill, put it as part of an election mandate, across the core political parties, and then, like you said, a serious president can also take this up, as something to do. So very insightful, very useful. Right in the middle of that, you mentioned, fuel subsidy. And, just as an example of a reform, or if you like, a policy that has seen, both sides. I want to come to Dr. Okale. You've been part of an economic management team, in Nigeria. I think it was in 2012, and that's the question here, that this fuel subsidy removal was mooted, but, it didn't happen in the sense. And then suddenly, say 13 years or, 12 years later, then it happens. Why didn't it happen and what changed? Was it just, maybe I should allow you to answer it.
Thank you. I think first of all, there are two different, like you said, almost 10 years apart. I think at the initial stage, it wasn't well communicated. And that's one of the problems that we have with government policy. We introduce policies without really communicating with the citizens. The challenges that we had in the most recently was not as bad. It was worse than it was in 2012 at the initial instance. So you have a situation where we've got, like I mentioned in my address, we actually had gotten to a point where it was very clear to everyone that this could not continue. Earlier in 2012, people still felt that we could still manage it. It wasn't a huge hit on our budget. We were not really at a fiscal cliff. It was just more of a case of, okay, we can manage it, we can survive. But by 2024, we had gotten to a point where it just could not continue. And that's why, like Dr. Abah said, everyone actually agreed that this cannot continue. So I think it was a combination of two things. One, the general public was ready for this. We understood that this had to go. The subsidy payments had gone up ridiculous by almost 300%. And as well, I think, and because of that, there has been a long conversation during the entire political cycle. People have been getting prepared. All the political parties were saying we are going to do this. So it didn't come as a shock. But when the first one was done, it was almost like a shock. There wasn't enough communication. I think the combination of both things, we had gotten to a point where we could really we could not do anything about it. And because there was a lot more conversation about the subsidy this time around, it was kind of clear to everyone that this had to go. And I think that made it easier to pass. There's also this problem we have when I was in government, which I had said many times, that we tend to tell people what they need, sit down in our offices in Abuja, and then without understanding the challenges people are facing in villages, we tend to sit down and believe we know what they want without actually going to go and find out what they want. I think the second time around, there was a bit more dialogue. People had discussed these things for a very long time. People understood. It was even partly the general public that actually even drove that conversation even more than government, that this thing has to go. So by the time a government comes in and says, like I said, like everybody said, we're going to remove this, it becomes easier to do. So I think those were really the reasons why it didn't work the first time and it worked the second time. We needed more dialogue. And people had to accept the reality, which they did the second time around.
Well, thank you very much. So that means that there are policies now that may not be so acceptable, but, further down,
Absolutely.
if, properly communicated, then can therefore go in. Mr. Leke Alder, you gave us a very practical session here on voting, e-voting. And so a gentleman, or I think a lady actually, asks you this question. How do we achieve this kind of election given the internet penetration and the literacy rates in Nigeria? I mean, just by that example, it feels like, it can go through. But considering penetration and even the literacy rate to be able to absorb this sophisticated level of voting.
There's nothing sophisticated about it. And the tele density of Nigeria is almost 80%. That's very high for our country. It's when you come up with new ideas, the problem I'm trying to solve is this responsiveness of the elected people to the electorate. Once you vote them in, they're on their own. They're appropriating money. You don't really know how many people here know their representatives? Nobody. And the reason that is the case is because empowerment is taken away from the people. So you are discouraged from voting by spending 8 hours at the polling station. You take your pillow, you take lunch, you take dinner at the polling station. And it is feasible. How come we can do everything, even pay to God with our phone, or we can't vote with our phone? If you allow, democracy only works when intelligent people cast the votes. It's not a game of numbers. True democracy is a game of intelligence numbers. Let me give you an example. There's a messenger in my office, in my company. His wife I won't mention the state. The wife of that messenger is a delegate at party conventions. She nominates who I'm going to vote for. And that's how much power has been taken away from the elite. The youth organize NSAS. Why can't they push it through? Because if they don't push it through, my generation, who are mainly in their 60s or 70s, will continue as it is. And it's not working. How many people are satisfied? How come Nigerians can do very well everywhere except in Nigeria?
That's a very important food for thought. Definitely.
The youths are empowered with technology. Bring a 2-year-old here, give him your phone. She'll figure it out. Which means there's something that the youths know that we don't know. And if technology is their forte, then they ought to push that we want to see technological votes and want to see the results live. Why can't we vote here and we are seeing the results live on screens? And just like we vote on Facebook.
Right.
We vote on Twitter, X, as it's called that. We vote on Instagram, and we are seeing the results. If you post something now, I can tell you have 600 likes. Instagram even gives you the number of views. And then Instagram will do analysis for you. What is wrong with transparent voting?
Agreed. Thank you very much for enlightening us.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm a bit,
Thank you.
There are some things that get you worked up.
Yes.
This is one of them.
But on a lighter note, Mr. Alder, what server is the result of that one placed on?
It's in England.
Okay. Mr. Odegbami, the question is for you now. From just taking your mathematical analogy, you've taken us from this number line of boycotting, as a tool of advocacy or a tool of engaging in geopolitics. Is there another side of that extreme? So we don't have to boycott, to be able to make our points. What other examples, do you have from your time that you can, show us about advocating again in geopolitics or pushing, a national or a regional agenda, but not from a position of boycotting the sports? Because we want to run, we want to play the football.
Thank you. Unfortunately, sport has never been important. That's the truth. And so I don't have the answer. The only answer I have is what I gave, because practically I was there. I saw it, and we all experienced the power of it. And we saw that the least activity in sport is actually the sport itself. It's like organizing the World Cup. The least activity is the football that is played. It is played over a period of 1 month, but the preparations alone take 7 years. And what it impacts cuts across the whole spectrum of life. So, I just think that we need to take sport a little bit more seriously. Look at it a little bit more, because the power in it is almost spiritual. When a goal is scored, it's just a goal. Some people are playing 22 of them and a goal is scored. And a whole country goes to the street and starts to celebrate. There's something in sports that we have to convert into something that is positive for us. Sport is health, sport is agriculture, sports is law, sports is engineering, sports is the media, sports is so much. But we are utilizing that power. I don't know how we will do it. I saw it in Montreal, where we stopped the whole world because we just protested. The world stopped. Mandela was released from jail subsequently, and so on and so forth. Partly because people just don't want to tamper with sport. I don't have the answer, but it is something that should be researched. People should find out more. What can we do with this power that is above virtually every other power that you know of? Because everybody is involved. Everybody gets, engaged with it. People celebrate it. There's so much money in it. It is unbelievable, and what it touches cuts across everything. So, I don't have the answer.
So let me ask you one that I'm certain you have the answer to. We are about to, I believe, campaign or apply for the Commonwealth Games, the Centenary Commonwealth Games. I'm correct. Can we do it?
Oh, we can do it. But I don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you. You see, the worst financial brigandage in our history, probably, is that we hosted Koja 2003. The reckless spending, unaccounted for, and nobody could ask any questions that we saw at that time, with all the promise that Koja was going to bring in so many people into the country, make this revenue, and so on and so forth. Sport is one area where nobody takes any, pays any attention to. But this time around, I am believing that with the president that we have, I'm not a politician, but I've seen that he has injected more money than any other president since 1979 in sports. And he has brought in 2 young people who have a vision that we can identify with. I hope they would expand it and do what they need to do to put in place a proper board with respected Nigerians to run it. If that is done, then there is a very, very good possibility that the Commonwealth Games could open up opportunities such as we've never had before in this country. The other side of it is that it could also end up like Koja.
Okay, but we've changed our mindset. Our mindset has changed, so we can do it. I'll take your first answer for that. We can do it. Back to, should we now call you Madam Mindset Changing? But so this is for the Gen Zs, and they're asking really that, look, okay, you've said we should change our mindset and all of that, but a lot has happened. How do we actively participate in rebuilding this nation instead of just sitting on the sidelines?
Thank you so much. I will answer that question, but I want to first say to Leke, You made a statement that we do better abroad. But we have on this platform people who have made an impact here, paid their children's school fees, and built successful companies. Can you give them a round of applause? In Nigeria. So yes, it is tough, but Leke, every time I see what you do in Nigeria and how you've built a generation of entrepreneurs, I want us to remember that there are also people you've carried along as you've grown. So I just believe that type of changing mindset, we should just provide that balanced narrative. And then linking Leke's points to mathematicians, leveraging technology and transparency and accountability, we can ensure that the Commonwealth Games become more transparent. And the young people can demand, if the budget is going to be X, show us how you spend the money every single day. Show us the money that's coming in. Show us how it's being utilized. We deserve to know as Nigerians. And I don't think that's too much to ask. So at the One campaign, we actually believe that your voices matter, right? And voices can change things. And we have incorporated a Diaspora Creative Council with athletes who have created impact, created wealth, and are bringing it back to their countries. And we see Africa MBA doing that. So there are examples on our continent of how we're generating wealth. Now, what can Gen Z do? First of all, please join One Campaign's movement, because we believe we have to change narratives. Become a One champion. Please go on our Instagram and Twitter. Sorry, I have to use this platform. One is a nonprofit, and we want your voices to count. Number two, please leverage innovation and technology to hold governments accountable. I do not believe in sugarcoating the situation. We've heard the statistics from Dr. Kale. We've heard the history from all of us on the platform. That cannot be our future, right? We have the tools to use our voice, to use data, to use innovation, to hold governments accountable. We must do it. We also must make sure that we get involved in the electoral cycle, right? We cannot leave it to others. We have to get involved. I realize that a lot of people have given up, but you cannot give up. Get your voter's registration card, make sure you have your BVC, make sure that you call out bad behavior, leveraging social media, and show up excellently yourself. And please, one last thing, Gen Zs, let's stop comparing ourselves. And let me use the example of the weddings of the year. Fantastic, but why do we compare brides, right? Where have we gotten to in our value system that people are saying, I can't get married because I cannot live this level? So let's realize that integrity and excellence and hard work still pays. And while we support each other, we must keep grounded on what it takes to succeed. You cannot make money overnight. You cannot live this soft life overnight. That hard work still matters. And please, please stay in your lane, right? Not everybody has to have the same lifestyle, because guess what? And I'll use the weddings again. And I said, if I have an opportunity to talk to young people, maybe not the ones in this hall, the ones outside the room, right? That all of us matter. And we're investing in our futures and not investing in today. So that soft life narrative is very, very dangerous, slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nwuneli. We are rounding up now. So I want to take one final word from everyone here, perhaps a sentence or even a paragraph. And it's to say, Nigeria at 65, what is your message to Nigerians in one final swoop? Mr. Alder.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There are people older than Nigeria that are running Nigeria. Their conception of nationhood is not the concept that you have. We were just addressed here by a woman who became president at the age of 36. If you go back into Nigeria's history, you discover that most of the people who rule Nigeria in their 20s and in their 30s. Isn't it disgraceful that at this stage in the evolution of our country, that we are still running the system that we run? And they perfected the system of keeping power. They are not going to give you power unless you fight for it. And the only way you can fight for it is through technology. Insist on technology. If you don't insist on it, they will not be answerable to you. They'll be answerable to the system that produces them.
Thank you.
But I believe in the country. I've had opportunities to go, but I refuse to do Andrew. Incidentally, Ndidi and I consulted on education. We did extensive work. I mean, we fell sick. We worked so hard. And then we left the reforms. And then what has happened to the reforms? So there's the issue of continuity. You've got to run your own agenda. And ideas change a nation. What is the idea that you are pursuing? Push that idea to its logical conclusion, Nigeria will change.
Thank you very much. Nigeria at 65, insist on technology, push your agenda to a logical conclusion. Dr. Kale.
I think I would stick to optimism, but with a bit of realism. I would prefer to focus on, I would rather not focus on Nigeria's previous 65 years and all the challenges that came with it. I'd rather focus, because we can't change that. I'd rather focus on the next 65 years, and that's to say that Nigeria is an extremely great country, but we just need to, like I said in my address, do the right things for the right reasons, in the right way, and at the right time. And as long as we keep faith with that, Nigeria would hit its potential and be a great nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigeria at 65, do the right things for the right reasons, at the right way, at the right time. Thank you. Is there more?
The odds are in our favor, is what I would say. All the countries that have developed over the last 50 years or so tend to share the same characteristics that we have. They have a large population, they have natural resources, they have a lot of diversity. And so you think about countries like China, India, Brazil, these are large countries that have very similar characteristics to the ones that Nigeria has. Like Yemi, I will not focus on the problems because we all know them. And that's why my presentation this morning focused on the solution. Our problem is not just because we are populous as a country. Our problem is not ethnicity. Our problem is not religion. Our problem is not even the fact that people older than Nigeria are ruling Nigeria. Our problem is that we have designed a system which would never work. And until we go and redesign that system, we're going to be in the same boat. But once we design that system, you can see the exponential growth that you've seen in many other countries, because we have the talent, we have the resources, we have the resilience as a people, and we have the swagger.
Thank you very much. Nigeria at 65, we have the swagger. The mathematician.
And the flex.
Well, I just think that the evidence is all around us that Nigeria could be the greatest country in the world. The evidence is all around us that the future belongs to Africa. And as the leading country in Africa, in virtually all spheres, we are just waiting to occupy our position. The Afrobeat musicians have demonstrated it from almost nowhere. They are now dominating the world. I urge all Nigerians to have belief that it can be done. Start now, because in the next couple of weeks, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are going to play two very difficult matches. It is going to be unthinkable that in the past 2 years we have presented the two greatest players in Africa and we cannot qualify for the World Cup. Let's support the Super Eagles. Let's believe in them. Let them go there and win and see how the transformation of Nigeria would not start from the Super Eagles.
Thank you very much. Nigeria at 65 supports the Super Eagles. Believe in them. Dr. Nwuneli.
Yes. So for me, it's two things. One is we must become narrative changers, recognizing that it's a complex process. We're a diverse country. We have challenges ahead, but opportunities that are even more amazing, interesting, exciting. We have the young people who are our biggest asset, not a liability, but our biggest asset. And we must support them, equip them with the skills and tools they need to succeed. And we must elevate their voices at the highest levels. I stand with my brothers here to say that I am an optimist about our future. Because we have great minds, but because we have great hearts. Hearts that are not daunted by the challenges ahead, but hearts that rise up and take on those challenges with courage, with vision, with passion, and a commitment. And so, happy 65th birthday, Nigeria. We will see Nigeria rise up, and we must leave this country better for our children because of the decisions we have taken today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists for a very excellent delivery individually and now collectively. Thank you so much.
Please, let's keep clapping for them. They deserve a round of applause. So while our speakers remain seated, I'd like to say thank you to all of our online viewers, our television viewers, as well as our live audience. Thank you so much, and I'll say Happy Independence Day, Nigeria and Nigerians all across the world. Thank you.
This is Channels Television. You've been watching our live coverage of the 2025 Independence Day edition of the platform tagged Rebuilding Our Nation, organized by the Covenant Nation. Please stay tuned as we continue with the rest of our programming for the day.
You've been watching a live Channels Television event. Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen.
Hello and welcome to Newsroom Series. Today, I'm Olumide Macaulay. Thank you for joining us as we walk you through the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. And today, our focus is on the South-South region. Today's edition is quite different because obviously, for obvious reasons of today being Nigeria's Independence Day. And that's where we will begin. And with the President's comments and remarks on this special day for all Nigerians. Happy Independence Day. Now, President Bola Tinubu says the worst is over in Nigeria and that the country's economy has finally turned the corner. He stated this in his October 1 address to the nation, which he tags a message of hope and a call to action. According to him, his administration has achieved 12 remarkable economic milestones and that he remains on course to deliver the dividends of democracy to Nigerians.